The House will come to order. Members, please register. A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Getting a selfie with Miss Candy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the pastor for the day, I used to be a Bible teacher at a private school, and the pastor for the day was my student way back a long time ago. It's crazy seeing him here doing this. The word for the day is goodness. Goodness. The Greek word in the Bible that's used is more than just being nice. It's active. It's courageous. It's committed to doing what is right. It serves without recognition. So we're going to pray for God's goodness today. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, you are good, not merely in action, but in essence. Your very nature is a measure of all goodness, and from you flows every good and perfect gift. In your grace, you call us to reflect this goodness, not as an achievement of our will, but as fruit born out of your Spirit within us, a goodness that does not remain private or abstract, but one that expresses itself in justice and generosity and moral clarity. Guard us from goodness that is performative or self-serving. Deliver us from the temptation to appear good rather than to be good. Instead, form in us a virtue that reflects your character, a goodness that acts for the common good, that honors the dignity of all people, that holds power as a trust, not a possession. May this chamber be a place where your goodness is not only spoken of, but is seen. In Jesus' name I pray these things. Amen.
Chair now recognizes the Honorable Stan Lambert from Taylor County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, please join me in the pledges of allegiance to our country and to our state. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one.
Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. John Teague from Prestonwood Baptist Church, Senior Associate Pastor in Plano, as our Pastor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Pastor of the Day. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Rochelle Hamblin from San Antonio as our Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Members, please excuse Ms. Aisha Davis because of an illness on motion of Ms. Ward Johnson. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's so ordered. Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have 3 memorial recognitions we're about to begin. Chair recognizes Mr. Alders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I come here today to honor Sam Lively, a Tyler police officer who was taken from us in a tragic off-duty motorcycle accident late last Friday. A recent graduate of UT Tyler and recently commissioned as a police officer with the Tyler Police Department, Officer Lively had the rest of his life and the world ahead of him. Officer Lively was a determined and persistent young man who took setbacks with grace and accomplishments with humility. He put duty to others above all else and took every opportunity to give back to his fellow officers, his church, his family, and his community. I ask that each of you keep Officer Lively's family and our Tyler community in your prayers while we endure this unimaginable loss. Members, please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Officer Lively.
Members, guests in the galleries, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Members, please take your seats. We do have another memorial recognition. Chair recognizes Mr. Vo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and guests in the gallery. It is with sadness that I rise to honor the life of a member of A-list community. Today in the gallery, we are honored to have the members of the McNeil family visiting Austin for her honorary ceremony celebrating her scientific contributions made possible by her UT education. Please stand and be recognized. Jennifer Young McNeil, a graduate of Alief Hastings High School and a Longhorn for life, live a bold and purpose-driven life, giving back to all who blessed to know her. Jennifer was a pioneer, becoming one of the first women in University of Texas history to earn a computer science degree, paving the way for today's women in STEM, following their passions to change the world as Jennifer did. Jennifer led the development of complex software programs, Texas Instruments. This work earned McNeil's talent, earned her a national award for assisting in developing software used to train soldiers in the service to the United States. Today, we honor the impact Jennifer McNeil has brought to Texas and her legacy she has left in Alief, in our state, and across the hearts of all who McNeil grace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Members, guests in the galleries, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Chair recognizes Colonel Wilson for a recognition.
Yeah, great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm honored to stand here today in the Texas House to commemorate and recognize Love Talks Networks, a remarkable milestone with some very important individuals seated in the gallery with us today. Joining us today in the gallery is Coach Carrie Brinkater, Kathy Endebrock, and Marlene McMichael. And in spirit, we are joined by the late founder and First Lady of Love Talks, Evelyn Davison. Members, Love Talk Network celebrated the 40th anniversary in October of 2024, a testament to its enduring impact to our community and beyond. Founded by Evelyn Davison, Love Talk Network has been a beacon of hope, connection, and support of countless individuals across our state and beyond through the joy, simplicity, and the love of Christ. I ask that the co-hosts present today in the gallery stand, and I ask our members in this chamber to take a moment and join me as we celebrate this exceptional anniversary. Thank you for being a voice for spreading Christ's love. And over to the right hand in the gallery, good to see y'all. Members, please join me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. As I was driving today to come to the Capitol, I got a text message from Chief Kevin Cooper, Texas DPS. A short time ago, Trooper Ronald Lynch was involved in a traffic crash while working his routine patrol on Highway 36 near Austin County line. Trooper Lynch tried to make a U-turn, but the other vehicle from the opposite direction struck his vehicle. Injuries are unknown at this time. He is conscious. However, he's been life-flighted to Memorial Hermann, possibly with some fractures and other injuries. I would ask all our members to pray for the officer involved, his family, and all the officers who are on the line. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and take up House Resolution 872.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 872 by Romero, posthumously honoring former state representative Paul Cruz Moreno on the 94th anniversary of his birth.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to ask the MAUC members or anyone who's ever been a MAUC fellow and is in this building, if they could please come and join me as we celebrate the late Paul Cruz Moreno of El Paso. Paul Moreno is a longtime state representative and champion of social justice. Born in El Paso in 1931, Mr. Moreno was the son of Avelina Ramirez and Reyes Moreno Sr. He enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps at the age of 17 and became a highly decorated Korean War veteran and Marine recruiter. Following a diving accident that left him a quadriplegic, he graduated from the University of Texas at El Paso and the University of Texas School of Law. Whereas Mr. Moreno was first elected to the Texas House in 1966, over the course of more than 4 decades, he worked tirelessly in behalf of the most vulnerable. He pushed for legislation requiring developers to provide water and sanitation to colonias, and he strove to make public buildings and transportation more accessible to people with disabilities. In addition, he challenged the state's public school financing system, sought to regulate college tuition, and advocated for higher teacher salaries. He also worked to pass a minimum wage bill. His fierce dedication and strong moral compass earned him a reputation as the conscience of the House. Whereas in 1971, Mr. Moreno was part of the Dirty 30, a bipartisan group that opposed the Speaker and other officials charged with corruption. As a member of the Higher Education Committee, he successfully championed greater access to opportunity, thank you, Ms. T, and played a key role in enhancing support for the University of Texas at El Paso. He was a founding member and inaugural chair of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. And in 2007, he was acknowledged as the first Mexican American Dean of the Texas House when he became the longest tenured state representative. His myriad of accolades included the Push Excel National Award, and the El Paso Independent School District named an elementary school in his honor. Moreover, the Mexican American Legislative Leadership Foundation pays tribute to his legacy with its Moreno Rangel Legislative Leadership Program for undergraduate and graduate students. I believe some are in the gallery. If you're here, stand up. All right, let's recognize them. Thank you. There's 21 fellows in our program right now, and I'm sure the rest who couldn't attend are busy in their offices as they should. Now, y'all hurry back and go back to work. Whereas although Paul Moreno passed away in 2017, his enormous accomplishments left a lasting imprint on the Lone Star State, and his exceptional record of service will continue to inspire future generations. Thank you, members, for joining me on the dais. I ask that all members join me in honoring him, posthumously honoring State Representative Paul Cruz Moreno on the 94th anniversary of his birth. Move adoption.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Davis moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Toth for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many of you have had the opportunity to see the Angel Studios movie Sound of Hope, and we have with us in the gallery today Bishop and First Lady Donna Martin, who were the story behind the Sound of Hope. This little church in Possum Trot, Texas, of 30 families, adopted 77 children over a 10-year period. At the end of the film, there was not a child within East Texas, within 100 miles, that did not have a forever home, because this is what the body of Christ was meant to do and be about. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Members, we are about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 107. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 107 by Simmons relating to the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Sickle Cell Registry bill we heard this past Friday. I want to thank my bipartisan coalition of joint authors, Vice Chair Tony Rose, Dr. Tom Oliverson, Vice Chair Vincent Jones, and Rep. Nicole Collier. I also appreciate the bipartisan support of the many co-authors who have signed on in support of improving health care access. Thank you, and in honor of my daughter, Sydney, watching at home, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 107. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 33 nays, House Bill 107 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1587. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1415. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1415 by Hughes relating to the sales tax exemption period for clothing, footwear, and certain school-related items.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Representative Hall, I am encouraging everyone to vote for Senate Bill 1415, which moves the sales tax exemption weekend to the first weekend in August, starting in 2026, to allow more Texans to utilize the intended tax break. I move final passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 1415. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1415 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Dr. Oliverson because of important business on motion of Ms. Lawson. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Noble moves to lay House Bill 1587 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3684. The Senate companion's over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1058. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1058 by Parker relating to the exclusion of certain securities transaction payments from the total revenue of a taxable entity that is in exchange or a member of an exchange for purposes of the franchise tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1058 seeks to amend the tax code to exclude certain securities transaction payments, specifically transaction rebate payments, from the total revenue of taxable entities that are either exchanges or members of exchanges. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of Senate Bill 1058. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 13 nays, Senate Bill 1058 is passed to engrossment. Passed to third reading. Mr. Capriglione moves to lay House Bill 3684 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 658 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 658 by Tepper, relating to the carrying of weapons by community supervision and corrections department officers, juvenile probation officers, and certain retired law enforcement officers, and to criminal liability for taking a weapon from certain of those officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper.
This is that juvenile probation officer bill and retired police officers so they can carry like all the other licensed officers. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 658. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Joseph Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 19 nays, House Bill 658 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 99 as a matter of postponed business. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 99 by Harris, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation tangible personal property consisting of animal feed held by the owner of the property for sale at retail.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple constitutional amendment that exempts animal feed from personal property tax, and I move adoption.
Occurs on adoption of HJR 99. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 5 nays and 28 P and Vs, HJR 99 is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 1399 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1399 by Harris, relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of tangible personal property consisting of animal feed held by the owner of the property for sale at retail.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is enabling legislation for the constitutional amendment we just passed to exempt animal feed from personal property tax. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1399. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes and 17 nays, House Bill 1399 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out HJR 5 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 5 by Lambert, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of funds to support the capital needs of educational programs offered by the Texas State Technical College System and repealing the limitation on the allocation to that system and its campuses of the annual appropriation of certain constitutionally dedicated funding for public institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity to lay out HJR 5, which would create a permanent endowment fund for the Texas State Technical System. TSTC currently faces challenges with limited campus sizes, which restrict its ability to accommodate more students and meet Texas's demand for skilled workers. This endowment, a one-time investment of $850 million, would be a major step in TSTC securing the capital funds needed to plan their long-term growth. It's one of the great success stories of our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on adoption of HJR 5. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Lambert voting aye, Mr. Curry voting aye, Mr. Wu voting P and V, Mr. Wilson voting aye, Mr. Latterback voting aye, Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes, 22 nays, and 39 P and V, the HJR passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 2. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 2 by Garin, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the legislature from imposing death taxes applicable to a decedent's property or the transfer of an estate, inheritance, legacy, succession, or gift.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HJR 2 prohibits the state from imposing an inheritance tax. When you pass away, there won't be any taxes by the state on your estate. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 2. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting, present, not voting. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 9 nays, 37 present not voting, HJR 2 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HJR 6. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 18. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR number 18 by Perry, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a tax on the realized or unrealized capital gains of an individual, family, estate, or trust.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SJR 18 prohibits a capital gains tax in the state of Texas. While the state constitution currently prohibits a personal income tax, there is no explicit prohibition of a tax on capital gains. This omission leaves open the possibility that a future legislature could implement the tax. In fact, there's an existing loophole that allows for franchise business tax on business trusts that can be construed as a capital gains tax, undermining Texas' economic competitiveness. This constitutional amendment would prohibit any iteration of a capital gains tax. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment removes the language, a general business tax measured by business activity. There is technically a current capital gains tax levied as an excise tax on business trusts. Removing this language would ensure that there's no iteration of a capital gains tax in the state of Texas. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weeder, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Representative Capriglione, it's just not pulling up yet on a lot of our computer systems.
Sure.
Can you walk through that amendment a little more slowly?
Yeah, so what it is currently, while there's no capital gains tax on personal income, there is a small capital gains tax on assets that have increased values for certain business trusts. So what this amendment does is it clarifies that what the main bill says is that there will not be an actual capital gains for personal or business purposes.
So your amendment is protecting an existing tax from being affected by that amendment, is that correct?
No, the opposite. It's making sure that there will no longer be a capital gains tax on certain business trusts.
Okay, and that tax, what is the revenue generated by that for the state?
I'm trying to recall by memory, but it's about 190, is it 191,000? It's relatively small, about $500,000 to $1 million or so.
Are there any other currently existing taxes that are being repealed by this bill? Or by this HJR,
first,
my apologies.
Let me correct what I said before. In 2024, it was 152,000, so roughly 300,000. And so it would repeal that currently enacted capital gains tax, as well as prohibiting the ability of a future capital gains tax on personal income or personal capital gains.
In the original bill, did it affect any existing taxes? Or did it just prohibit any future-looking taxes?
I think I don't know about the Senate bill, but in the House bill, when we originally filed it, I believe we had included the, essentially what this amendment was inside of the bill, so which it would have prohibited the capital gains tax on those business assets.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2 against further consideration of the Capriglione amendment.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 18 until 1 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Capriglione moves to lay House J.R. 6 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out HJR 31 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 31 by Guillen, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to define certain terms for purposes of the exemption from ad valorem taxation of farm products in the hands of the producer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this constitutional amendment brings clarity and consistency to our property tax code by exempting essential farm inputs like feed, fertilizer, and pesticides from ad valorem taxation. We passed its enabling legislation at the end of last week. House Bill 255 unanimously. Move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of HJR 31. Is there a record vote required by the Constitution? The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu, P and V. Mr. Darby voting aye. Mr. Rosenthal, P and V. Mr. Queenie voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes, 2 nays, and 41 P and Vs, HJR 31 is passed to engross, is adopted. Chair lays out on HB 1971 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1971 by Darby, relating to an exemption for drillers or operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells from certain requirements applicable to persons involved in activities under the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1971 until 10 o'clock a.m. Thursday, May the 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 3. The clerk will read the resolution. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint authors and co-sponsors for Senate Joint Resolution 3, all joint authors and co-authors for House Joint Resolution 3.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out SJR 3 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 3 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the establishment of the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, establishing the Dementia Prevention and Research Fund to provide money for research on and prevention and treatment of dementia and related disorders in this state, and transferring to that fund $3 billion from the state general revenue.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I don't know no one in this house who doesn't have a family member or a friend or a neighbor who's not impacted by dementia or Alzheimer's. We passed the enabling legislation last week. This constitutional amendment gives us the funding to do the research so that we can give those persons who are impacted with these dreadful diseases a better quality of life. I'm asking you to vote aye on this constitutional amendment.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, last week we approved the enabling legislation for this. This could be the way we finally cure Alzheimer's and other dementia problems in the state and in the country. We ask you to vote for it. We've done great with when we did with the cancer deal back 2017, and this is a deal to follow through with all the dementia that we've got in the state. We're one of the leading states with Alzheimer's in the country, and this could be the way we could solve it. I ask you to vote aye. Right, and it's available to all Texans. And this isn't a party vote. This is a vote for the people in the state of Texas. And I ask you to vote for it. Okay. Vote aye. Thank you.
Question occurs on the adoption of SJR 3. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye, Ms. Van Dier voting aye, Mr. Canales voting aye, Corey voting aye, Speaker Craddock voting aye, Ms. Romero voting aye, Ms. Thompson voting aye, Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes and 21 nays, SJR 3 is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 1775 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1775 by Howard, relating to reporting information regarding certain evidence collection kits.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1775 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 30th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out HJR 72 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 72 by Noble, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the market value of a property that is the primary residence of an adult who has an intellectual or developmental disability and who must be related to the owner or trustee of the property within a certain degree by consanguinity.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this constitutional amendment gives the equivalent of a homestead exemption to fellow Texans, Texans who have an intellectual and developmental disability, Texans who currently do not get to have a homestead exemption on their home. Let's pass this bill and show them our love and concern. I move passage.
So, record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye, Ms. Thompson voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye, Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 2 nays, HJR 72 is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 502. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 487. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 487 by Alvarado, relating to the confidentiality of identifying information of victims of certain offenses.
Chair recognizes Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 487 is a straightforward privacy bill that expands existing protections for survivors of invasive visual recordings and indecent assault to use a pseudonym in public records. Simple vote. I ask for your consideration and your vote. Vote aye, please.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 487. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Metcalf voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Ms. Perez voting aye, Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 487 is passed to engrossment. Ms. Flores moves to lay House Bill 502 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3109. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1499. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1499 by Nichols, relating to the operations of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill I share with Senator Nichols. SB 1499 expands the scope of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center to include payment fraud, providing necessary authority to respond to check fraud, unauthorized electronic funds, and other fraudulent payment methods. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1499. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Perez voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Turner voting aye, Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 1499 is passed to third reading. Ms. Perez of Harris moves to lay House Bill 3109 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 98. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 98 by Fasut, applying to the Congress of the United States to call a convention under Article 5 of the United States Constitution for the limited purpose of proposing one or more amendments to the Constitution to impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, to limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and to limit the terms of office of federal officials and members of Congress.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this renews Texas's application for an Article 5 convention for term limits, balanced budget, and reining in the federal government. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an HJR. I know we've been looking at different JRs. Just given the current climate in this country, I don't think this is the time to have a constitutional convention, especially if all folks aren't included. I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Vasut, to close on the resolution.
Well, I think that this is a wonderful resolution to rein in the federal government, and by God, we ought to do it. Move adoption.
The question occurs in the adoption of HJR 98. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Martinez Fisher voting nay, Mr. Wu voting nay, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Romero voting nay, Mr. Sheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 57 nays, HJR 98 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 8. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 8 by Harris, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Nuclear Development Fund to support the development, construction, and operation of advanced nuclear reactor projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this HJR just sets up the Texas Nuclear Fund. It does not allocate any money to it, so I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage of HJR 8. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 10 nays, HJR 8 is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 133. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 133 by Turner, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of all or part of the market value of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse of a veteran who died as a result of a condition or disease that is presumed under federal law to have been service-connected.
Chair has Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we as a legislature, we've made significant strides towards improving the lives of disabled veterans and their families by providing a property tax exemption of 100% for 100%, a property tax exemption for 100% disabled veterans. We've also ensured that a surviving spouse of a 100% disabled veteran who died due to service-connected conditions continue to be taken care of by ensuring that they still receive that exemption in most cases after their spouse passes away. However, current Texas law was written well before the 2022 Federal PACT Act expanded VA health care and benefits for veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances by creating new presumptions for certain illnesses. So to continue providing support to our veterans and their spouses, we need to update state law to reflect the changes that occurred at the federal level. Because state law is not fully aligned with updated federal law, this has resulted in some surviving spouses being left with no property tax relief, which can cause financial strain. So that's what this constitutional amendment would do. It allows a surviving spouse of a veteran of the armed services of the United States who died as a result of a condition or disease that is presumed under federal law to have been service-connected an exemption from property taxes for all or part of the market value of the surviving spouse's residence homestead if the surviving spouse has not remarried since the death of the veteran. And members, this is for Texans whose loved ones died as a result of their service to our country. It's for a Tarrant County woman named Lisa Manone and her deceased husband, Richard, who sacrificed his life in service to our nation. And it's also for people whose spouses were serving the Vietnam War and were exposed to Agent Orange and died as a result of that, and members of the Operation Iraqi Freedom whose spouses slept next to toxic burn pits and died as a result. So this is for their sacrifice and a small thing we can do for the spouses they left behind. I move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of HJR 133. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye, Mr. Harless voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Cortez voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 6 nays, and 3 P&Vs, HJR 133 is adopted. Members, the chair misspoke when announcing that the vote result on HJR 98. The resolution only required a majority vote. Please reflect that HJR 98 was adopted.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 118. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 118 by Hefner, relating to the establishment and powers and duties of the Texas Advisory Committee on Pacific Conflict.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone for further consideration of HB 118 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 30th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Thank you. The chair lays out on second reading HB 388. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 388 by Harris Davila, relating to a uniform coordination of benefits questionnaire for health benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 388 directs the Texas Department of Insurance to put together a uniform coordination of benefits questionnaire for health benefit plan issuers and administrators to use with patients. Basically, members, this will allow patients to only have to fill out one form at the doctor's office instead of multiple. This passed the House and Senate last session, but was vetoed during the property tax debate. I ask for support and move passage.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 388. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 2 nays, HB 388 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 114. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 114 by Cortez, relating to the transition of certain veterans' mental health initiatives from the Texas Health and Human Services Commission to the Texas Veterans Commission.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, veteran suicide continues to be a critical issue deeply impacting Texas families and communities. Currently, veterans' mental health programs are administered by the Health and Human Services Commission rather than the Texas Veterans Commission, the existing agency designed to meet the needs of Texas veterans. House Bill 114 moves mental health services specifically tailored for veterans from HHSC to TVC, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 114. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 1 nay, HB 114 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 205. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 205 by Cortez relating to the eligibility for grants for alternative fueling facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 205, members, is a local bill that makes it easier for transit authorities like San Antonio's Via Metropolitan Transit to apply for existing grants in the Alternative Fueling Facilities Program. House Bill 205 will lift the public accessibility requirements in grants if the alternative fueling facility is owned or operated by a transit authority located in a county with a population over 1 million and situated in a non-attainment area. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 205. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes and 63 nays, HB 205 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2789. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2789 by Frank relating to the regulation of child welfare, including licensure, community-based care contractors, family homes, and child care facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you or a family member has ever fostered or adopted out of the child welfare system, you will understand the child may be difficult, but the red tape that the state puts up sometimes is more difficult. Last session, the legislature passed a bill which mandated an independent third-party audit to evaluate foster care and adoptive services regulation and provide recommendations for streamlining and simplifying those regulations while prioritizing child safety. I really want to brag on DFPS and HHSC. They are implementing most of the regulations or most of these recommendations on their own, but there are 8 that require statutory changes. That's what the bill does. It seeks to implement the remaining audit recommendations that cannot be done without legislation. I'd be happy to go through the 8, and I'd be even happier not to. With that, I move it passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 2789. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 8 nays, HB 2789 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2791. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2791 by Button relating to the continuation of functions of the Vocational Rehabilitation Division administered by the Texas Workforce Commission.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this language that provides the authority for the Texas Workforce Commission to effectively operate in the vocational rehab program will expire this month. HB 2791 helps ensure the Workforce Commission can effectively and efficiently continue to provide this valuable service to Texans with a disability. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 2791. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 13 nays, HB 2791 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 499. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 499 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to a warning label on social media platforms concerning the association between a minor's social media usage and significant mental health issues.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I raise 2 points of order, House Rule 8, Section 1, House Rule 4, Section 4041, and House Rule 11, Section 2.
Excuse me, Mr. Tinderholt. Please list the points of order one at a time, if you can.
Mr. Speaker, I raise points of order on this bill. Would like to take this bill, House Rule 8, Section 1.
On what grounds?
because the caption does not give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Okay, and then state.
House Rule 4, Sections
Mi-
40 and 41.
Mr. Tinderholt, if you would bring your point of order down front, please. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order according to House Rule 4, Sections 40 and 41, and House Rule 11, Section 2, because it is a committee substitute that is not germane to the underlying bill.
Mr. Tinderholt, please bring your point of order down. Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 144 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane. The introduced bill required warning labels on social media platforms, quote, concerning the association between a minor's social Stand by, members. Members, Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 499 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane. The introduced bill required warning labels on social media platforms, quote, concerning the association between a minor's social media usage and significant mental health issues, end quote. The committee substitute further details what must be included in the warning in a matter that is consistent with the warning required by the introduced bill. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have a youth mental health crisis. We have a responsibility in this legislature to act. We know, according to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, that 90% of teens aged 13 through 17 have used social media, and 73% reported having at least one social media profile. We also know that the increased usage of social media has direct effects on their mental health. Members, this is a simple bill. All it says is we're creating a warning label on social media to help our young people be healthy consumers of this tool. Simple warning tool with our 988 hotline, and I move passage. Oh, I have an amendment to address making sure we don't capture some of the gaming and or help hotlines in our bill. So I have an amendment.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the member sending up an amendment?
Yes.
The bill author has an amendment, but it has not been laid out yet.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
If I have questions about the bill, do I need to wait until this amendment is laid out in order to ask questions about the bill?
If you have questions about the bill, you can attempt to ask the bill author questions about the bill at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
Gentlelady yields.
Ms. Gonzalez, what's your amendment about?
When we lay out the amendment, I can answer
Little.
questions on the amendment.
I'm sorry. The bill author is laying out the bill. An amendment has been filed but has not been laid out.
Then thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask questions about the bill. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. How is the government going to make social media safer for children by putting a warning label on every social media website that they have to click through in order to get onto the site?
You know, there is not one way to fix our youth mental health crisis. There's going to take all of us coming together to address it. What I'm proposing is adding a warning label because we do know that warning labels have an effect. For example, after we saw cigarette warning labels, there was direct correlation of users who smoked understanding the health risks. We do know that there are health risks with social media. That is without a doubt been proven. So now we're just using that same concept for social media.
And how will we decide what goes on the warning label?
That's a great question. That was a conversation that we had in committee. The bill does outline what will be on the warning label, and it does give the commission, HHSC commissioner, discretion for identifying what should be on the label. That was an intentional decision, Representative Little, because we know that technology evolves, and so by having something that could evolve as technology evolves was important for us.
So one of the concerns that I have, Representative Gonzalez, is in the subcategories of items that you include to go on the label. So we're on Section A2 of your bill, it calls for a statement concerning the use of an individual's personal data by social media platforms and the addictive nature of social media usage. Those are two different things, aren't they?
No. I mean, they are two different things in concept, but all part of the larger social media usage.
And so my question, Representative Gonzalez, is what does the fact that the social media uses a user's personal data have to do with the safety or addictive nature of the site?
That's a great question. When we were laying out this bill in committee, we heard an emergency room doctor talk about a young woman who was 14 years old who came into the emergency room with severe mental health ailments, including anorexia. And as we learned more about this young person, we saw that they were following a lot of these health and or dietary guidance social media platforms. The collection of that young person's personal data then informs the algorithm. The algorithm then goes to that young person and tracks what they are more likely to watch, and that does create mental health concerns. So, for example, we've seen even like stories about a young person goes through a breakup. As soon as that breakup happens, they start getting all these social media algorithm posts that don't necessarily help with the healing that they need in these moments of crisis and time. And so the collection of personal data informs the algorithm. The algorithm, we know, does have an impact on social health, mental health, and the addiction components of social media.
Who is the person who's going to be deciding what goes on this warning label?
The HHSC commissioner.
And why?
Because as outlined in the bill, when we talked to stakeholders and the committee, we wanted somebody who could have the time to reflect and also, if it needs to be adjusted, have the capability of adjusting it.
All right, I just want to make sure I understand this. An unelected, appointed bureaucrat is going to decide what goes on the warning label for all these social media websites. Is that, I mean, am I wrong about that?
I think that the way you are presenting it is maybe a little bit inaccurate. I don't know about you, but I meet with all of the commissioners of all of our state agencies to inform how the state agency should function. Additionally, I have seen countless of times where the governor has worked with the commissioners to develop rules and guidelines. So I wouldn't label our public servants as people who are just bureaucrats. I would think of them as part of the team to make this work. And so there was a decision, in full transparency, Representative Little. We could have just said, here's what the label is in statute. But the truth of the matter is, as things evolve, technology evolves, and so we wanted to make sure we weren't causing undue harm, and that's why we're putting it in the hands of the commissioner, something that we do quite frequently, to be honest.
But your bill does provide certain content that has to go onto the warning label, right?
Of course. So after hearing from the committee, they were very, very thoughtful. This bill passed unanimously, and it passed unanimously because we did hear from the committee about certain things that should be in the warning label. It's not completely exclusive, but it is directive.
And just to be clear, one person in the state of Texas is going to decide what goes on these warning labels for every social media website.
Again,
right?
I don't want to mischaracterize how we make policy in this legislature, and I know you're new, but when we have bills and we direct an agency, we do work with them. So I don't think that that labeling is completely accurate.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I understood it, because as I read subsection C, it says the executive commissioner, and that person works at HHSC, right?
Yes, and it also says shall adopt rules. We do have a rulemaking process.
I understand that. But the rules that will ultimately be adopted will be decided by that commissioner, right?
Through the rulemaking process.
All right. Thank you, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Members, as you know, I like to work with everybody, and we don't want to have undue complications. This amendment would exclude all interactive gaming websites or applications and self-help platforms. The amendment helps make the language specific to social media platforms, and so that we are truly addressing what we're trying to have a conversation about. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All of those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. There being 111 ayes and 33 nays, the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, members. Let's protect our children. Let's give them the right information. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passage of HB 499. There is a record to engrossment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes and 40 nays, HB 499 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2960 by Hayes relating to void provisions contained in certain construction contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This bill merely provides that in construction contracts, venue and choice of law will be in the county where the property is located, as that is where you file your mechanics liens. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 2960. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2960 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3163. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3163 by Leach relating to the county in which an application for court-ordered mental health services must be filed.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is relating to the county in which an application for court-ordered mental health services must be filed. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3163. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Money voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3163 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3135. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3135 by Smithy relating to the issuance of specialty license plates for retired firefighters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, really to all of Texas, but particularly to rural Texas, there's no one that protects us more than our firefighters, both volunteer and professional. And we have a number of specially licensed plates that we honor various public servants. And this would create a specially licensed plate for our retired firefighters. And so I would move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 3135. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. There being 135 ayes and 11 nays, HB 3135 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence in a public hearing on tomorrow, Tuesday, April 29th at 8 a.m. in room E2.014 to consider House Bill 2813 by Representative Alders relating to victim notification of certain scheduled court proceedings. I would move to suspend.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2427. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2427 by Canales relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles for certain routes in Hidalgo County.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a cleanup bill. This section was already designated as an overweight route, and TxDOT designated it in their minutes as a minute order. This is just correcting a clerical error, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 2427. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 2427 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1618. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1618 by Harris Davila relating to the aquifer storage and recovery projects that transect a portion of the Edwards Aquifer.
Chair has Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1618 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 2nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1672. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1672 by Ashby relating to the application of the Administrative Procedure Act to certain actions by the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles related to the Compliance Review and Safety Audit Program for commercial motor vehicles.
Chair has Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply eliminates redundancy of due process between the DPS and DMV when processing an order to cease for commercial vehicle carriers. The bill accomplishes this by removing orders to cease from a mandatory appeal at DMV after an appeals process has already taken place at DPS. I do have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ashby.
Chair has Mr. Ashby to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment was brought to me by DMV. This amendment just moves the removal of the redundant appeals process of the orders to cease from the government code to the transportation code, and with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Ashby sends of an amendment. It's acceptable to the author, but a record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. Chair has Mr. Ashby.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 1672. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Sheen voting aye, Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 1672 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1722. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1722 by Tepper relating to an owner's or leasee's access to private property located within a Texas Department of Transportation highway right-of-way.
Chair is Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1722 prohibits TxDOT from prohibiting or restricting a person from accessing property the person owns or leases that is adjacent to a highway right-of-way. It could be accessed legally from the roadway before the department assumed authority over the right-of-way and was acquired or constructed before the department assumed authority over the right-of-way. Essentially, it's a grandfathering bill. The bill does not prohibit TxDOT or the Texas Transportation Commission from acquiring a person's interest in a property through purchase contract. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 144 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 1722 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1338. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1338 by Leo Wilson relating to the hours of work of certain county employees.
Chair has Ms. Leo Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move further consideration until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 787. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 787 by Leo Wilson relating to authorizing the Texas Department of Transportation to provide battery service to a vehicle transported on the Galveston Port Boulevard Ferry, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, TxDOT has been very cooperative, already started step 1 of this bill and sent out a press release. So I move that we don't postpone further consideration of this bill until my 70th birthday at noon, January 3rd, 2030.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2618. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2618 by Anchia, relating to the development of a severe weather adaptation plan by certain entities.
Chair, Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This relates to a severe weather adaptation plan at the state level, and I think we have some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair, Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this makes it clear that the state agency shall or may work with the state climatologist office at Texas A&M University.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. 111 ayes, 34 nays. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Chair is Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think we all agree, Representative Manchia, that the state agencies should have severe weather plans. Unfortunately, Ledge Council included some woke language, and so we are just taking that out so the bill focuses on severe weather plans. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I also want to thank TCC for working with us on this and moving to neutral with this amendment.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 9 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair is Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move adoption.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 112 ayes and 32 nays. House Bill 2618 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 879. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 879 by Frank, relating to the licensing of certain military veterans as healthcare providers.
Chair guys, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently members, a service member, licensed to work as a doctor or a nurse serving in Texas loses their ability to practice in Texas the day they retire from the military. So the day before they retire, they are able to practice in Texas. The day after they retire, they cannot practice unless their license happens to be from this state. HB 879 would allow for a common sense expedited pathway to licensure for qualified military medical personnel. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the amendment.
And I appreciate Mr. Busey looking at this amendment for me. This amendment does three things. It removes the limitation on the location of service upon retirement. It further clarifies that the qualified service member must have been honorably discharged, whereas the original said not dishonorably discharged. And importantly, it adds a similar pathway for physician's assistant with the exact same requirements and qualifications that are outlined for nurses and doctors. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye, Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Fairley voting aye. 146 ayes and 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 879. Record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? 147 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 879 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1126. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1126 by Gomez relating to sunscreening devices installed on a motor vehicle displaying a judicial specialty license plate.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the need for this legislation was brought to my attention by a local judge, and after speaking with the judiciary, they seem to be in great favor of this issue. This bill stands in support of the men and women who serve as the final safeguard of justice in our society. Every day they are called upon to make decisions in some of the most complex and emotionally charged cases, determining child custody, dividing estates of someone who's passed, and sentencing individuals who work for drug trafficking organizations. This bill offers crucial, if not modest, measures of protection. It ensures those who uphold the law are not left vulnerable because of their dedication to it. And this bill is a step towards safeguarding that policy and our judiciary. And
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderhold, for what purpose?
will the representative yield when she's done laying out?
Gentlelady yield for questions?
once I've done laying out the amendment, Mr. Speaker,
Not at
that's
this
all right?
time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment. After speaking with the governor's office, they'd advised that this bill ought not to apply to federal administrative law judges, and that was acceptable to me and I think fits in well with this bill.
The Mr. Tinderhold, she cannot answer questions about the bill until she lays the after she lays the amendment out.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Tinderhold, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for questions.
Yield for questions.
So I want the body to understand. So this is essentially for judges that have judge license plates in Texas. Is that correct?
So it's the way the bill is laid out, Mr. Representative Tinderhold, it's either who have the judicial license plate or judges who qualify for the judicial license plate. Because I understand that's also another identifying factor that they feel makes them sitting ducks and or targets to some of their aggrieved individuals.
I have concern with this because I think oftentimes about different things I've seen here in the legislature, and we should never legislate differently for ourselves and for judges than we do for the rest of the population. I'll give you an example. I don't have state rep license plates for that purpose because I don't want people to know exactly what I do. I have my military license plate.
Right.
And so essentially I want to understand what you're saying is if they are qualified for or they have judicial license plate, they can have tinted windows that you cannot see through. Is that pretty much what you're saying?
So tinted windows that are just slightly more opaque than the ordinary tint, so above the ordinary grade of tint, yes.
And so we're going to have an elected class of people that have different law for them than the rest of the population, is that correct?
And so given that these elected judges feel like the realm that they're in does subject them to, on a daily basis, dangerous scrutiny. We've seen all over the state of Texas multiple instances of, I believe, judges being stalked or harassed. I think in another state we even saw a judge get followed home and shot. This is a licensor that they feel places themselves at a different level of risk on a daily basis. And that's why I filed this legislation in response to that threat.
But the judges can choose not to put those license plates on just like I chose, is that correct?
Right, they most certainly have. And even in light of that, they feel like most judges come out of a specially protected parking space, for example. They feel like even when they're driving out of their parking space, they are sitting ducks coming out one by one in a row. You can see through their vehicles, see who's driving. They can see that judge that just sentenced their brother or sister. They can see that judge that just took their child away from them in a custody matter. And the judges do feel like they're being followed, subject to harassment as a result of that.
Do law enforcement officials have this same exemption?
I am not certain. I just in my
For their
personal
personal
viewing,
vehicles.
in my personal viewing, I have seen multiple law enforcement vehicles with tinted windows.
Well,
and if they don't, I don't have a problem doing that for
But
them.
I'm talking about personal vehicles.
In their personal vehicles, I'm unaware. And
Or
if
how
that's
about-
something that you'd like to work on together, I'm more than willing to do that because I do think they deserve that, given the risk
How about
that
military
they put themselves
members?
to.
Because sometimes military members get targeted as well.
I haven't heard anything from the military community about that specific issue.
I just have concerns that we're legislating for a certain elected class differently than the citizens would expect. And so I'm going to vote no, and I would ask my peers to vote no on this as well.
I understand your concern. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Again, after my office coordinating closely with the governor's office, they'd advised that, again, they would request this bill not apply to federal administrative law judges. And in working closely with them, I do agree, and this amendment is acceptable to me, the author.
Ms. Gomez sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Gonzalez voting aye. Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? 113 ayes, 34 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Gomez to close on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and members, I just want to remind us that we are voting for the safety of that branch of government that protects and upholds the laws, the very difficult and sometimes dangerous laws that we enact every single day. And again, this is how we can show them a token of our support and gratitude to the risk that they put their lives on measure every single day for us. Thank you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 1126. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? 106 ayes and 41 nays. House Bill 1126 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4134. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4134 by Lujan, relating to a convenience fee for processing electronic payments for motor vehicles.
Chair has Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 4134 clarifies that creditors subject to Chapter 348 may offer their own customers various payment method options. This ensures a customer can pay quickly if they need to without getting behind on their payments. This bill also ensures customers still have access to a no-fee payment option, but creates the opportunity for quicker, easier, and potentially lower-cost options for customers. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 4134 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out SJR 18 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR number 18 by Perry, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a tax on the realized or unrealized capital gains of an individual, family, estate, or trust.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, while the state constitution currently prohibits a personal income tax, there's no explicit prohibition of a tax on capital gains. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
It's the same amendment. It's the same one. I didn't do it.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Great. Mr. Speaker, this amendment removes the language "a general business tax measured by business activity." There's technically a current capital gains tax levied as an excise tax on business trusts. Removing this language would ensure that there's no iteration of a capital gains tax in the state of Texas. I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 118 ayes and 13 nays. The amendment is adopted. Chair has Mr. Capriglione.
Speaker, members, SJR 18 is a necessary measure to explicitly prohibit a personal or business capital gains tax and keep Texas at the forefront of economic growth. I move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of SJR 18. Record vote is required by the Constitution. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 104 ayes and 26 nays, SJR 18 is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3513. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3513 by Fairley, relating to the composition, duties, and personnel of the Moore County Juvenile Board.
Chair, I guess Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill that would make changes to the Moore County Juvenile Board. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote has been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? 146 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3513 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Ways and Means to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
Committee on Ways and Means will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 3W15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 718. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 718 by Bella Montgomery, relating to prohibiting a public institution of higher education from partnering with certain private entities for the construction of a student housing facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the folks who are out there building student housing, most of them are really good for our colleges. Most of them are really good. There are a few who don't pay their bills. House Bill 718 simply makes sure that if those contractors or developers who don't pay their bills, they aren't able to go do another contract without satisfying their bills. So that's what the bill does.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman
Thank
yields.
you. Thank you, Representative Bell. I had some questions about your bill. Isn't it possible, I mean, have you ever been in the construction business? I assume that you have.
A day or two.
I thought so. But one of my concerns that I had when I was reading the bill is it's pretty common for contractors to be sued for either by subcontractors for liens, regardless of whether those claims have any merit or not, or to be the victim of a frivolous lawsuit if you're in the construction business, right?
I don't disagree with that statement at all.
So why would we bar contractors based on what other people do vis-a-vis their business from contracting with public education?
It simply makes sure that our colleges don't enter into agreements with people. If you'd like to, by the way, and let me finish that statement, I'll answer. But it makes sure that those habitually bad actors who do that kind of thing and wait out our current lien laws and wait out our current obligations aren't able to just continue to do business with our colleges, and our colleges not even be aware of that. So if you would like to offer some type of an amendment that further clarifies that they can bond around, do whatever. There's several options that might be available, but I have had a number of constituents come to me with situations in the hundreds of thousands of dollars where our colleges didn't know when they entered into those agreements that those individuals don't pay their bills, but they don't. And so this just simply makes sure, and there is an amendment, by the way, that will make sure that is in the state of Texas. There's several, I don't want to get on the amendment, but there is an amendment that seeks to clarify some of the language in the bill as it's written.
I appreciate that. Representative Bell, I understood in your layout here, or in your response to my questions, that this is designed to prevent contractors who don't pay their bills or are habitually not paying their bills or being sued by a lot of people from doing business with public education, right?
So I would describe them more as the developers, whoever it is that's entered into the agreements with the college to provide that student housing. That would be who this bill would be requiring to satisfy to the college that they did not have those types of outstanding issues. So as a lawyer, when I was reading this, Representative Bell, I'm looking at Section B of your bill, and it actually, my understanding, unless I'm mistaken, is if you are an institution of higher education, you cannot enter into business with any contractor who has a pending lien claim from any subcontractor or a pending lawsuit from any subcontractor or vendor, right? The amendment will further clarify the word action in the bill. But
we'll further clarify what? I'm sorry.
We'll clarify the word action. Is what the amendment does. Is it broadens, it removes the word action, but it provides clearer language than the very broad word action.
Okay. Well, I'll look forward to reading it. But does I'll ask about the amendment when that comes up. But if the GC on this job that is proposed with an institute of higher education in our state has any pending lien claim from any sub or vendor, they're disqualified?
So under the plain reading of that bill, that would be absolutely correct. They would have to be able to show that they didn't have outstanding liens or didn't have pending legal action. Well, the word action, pending action, legal would be the inference and clarified in the.
Okay, so let's take this situation to its most extreme application. If I'm a general contractor and I want to do business with Texas A&M or the University of Texas to build a student housing facility, any vendor or subcontractor I've ever done business with could file a fraudulent lien and prevent me from doing any of that business under the plain reading of this, right?
Under the plain reading of that, I would offer that, there are ways to address, and I'd be happy to take an amendment to address. I'd be happy to delay a vote on this bill to work with you to clarify your concerns. The intent is not to make it where that the legitimate, normal nature of business isn't able to be constructed. The intent of this bill is to make certain that those contractors that are willing to put their time and their effort and their resources into building student housing get paid for that and aren't left in a condition where they're not being paid.
Yeah, and thank you for that explanation, and I'll certainly look at it. As a lawyer, I became a little bit concerned reading the bill that any contractor that has any type of pending claim from anybody who's done business with is going to be precluded from doing business with state higher education. So I look forward to looking at your amendment.
And I'd be happy to delay it if you want to work together on language.
Well, I certainly don't want to keep you from what you're doing. I just had some pretty big questions about it. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Bell.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
Yes, will the member yield for questions?
You yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative, under the property code, there are deadlines to file mechanics liens if you're a general contractor and a shorter time period to file if you're a subcontractor, correct?
That's correct, as I
So
understand it.
if you were merely trying to meet the statutory requirements and a subcontractor filed a lien, then that would then disqualify that general contractor, even though the only goal of the subcontractor was to perfect its lien.
Not on the project at hand. The nature of the bill speaks to future, but at this, so my intent is to delay this to clarify the language.
Thank you.
Or postpone.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration on HB 718 till 10 a.m. Tuesday, April 29th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1536. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 513. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 513 by Sparks relating to a rural community-based care pilot program.
The chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill is interesting. We have community-based care for West Texas region. Was the only region, had no bidders on it when the state let this out. No one was able to place a bid to fill the services because the region is so wide and diverse. This bill, Senate Bill 529, would establish a pilot program only for our area of the state to allow for a community-driven model for children welfare services. And like I said, there were no bidders, and just in rural areas of the state. I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 513. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 513 is passed the third reading. Mr. Craddock moves to lay House Bill 1536 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1445. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1445 by Hernandez, relating to the compensation of a counsel appointed to provide representation and services to indignant individuals in criminal and juvenile proceedings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1445 allows the county's managed assigned counsel director to appoint a designee that would assist in approving payments to attorneys participating in the program. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1445. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1445 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1640. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1697. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1697 by Zaffarini, relating to a customer guide to home solar energy devices.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is an attempt to bring transparency and consumer protection to the rooftop solar industry by requiring the PUC to develop a consumer guide for home solar systems so Texans can be better informed consumers. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1697. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 1697 is passed to third reading. Mr. Van Dever moves to lay House Bill 1640 on the table, subject to a call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1893. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1893 by Cook, relating to disclosure under the public information law of a motor vehicle license plate number captured in a video recording obtained or maintained by a law enforcement agency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1893 simply eliminates the requirement to redact license plates from law enforcement video by clarifying that license plates are not confidential under the Texas Public Information Act. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1893. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1893 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1734. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1734 by Orr, relating to a transfer of court files in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship in which continuing exclusive jurisdiction is transferred.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1734 will substantially reduce costs for parties and increase judicial efficiencies. Suits impacting the parent-child relationship can close and reopen multiple times until the youngest child is age 18. The parties will save on costs by only sending final orders and pleadings related to the pending matter. I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1734. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1734 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3229. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3229 by Lampert, relating to recycling of certain renewable energy components, authorizing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3229 requires renewable energy recyclers to submit annual reports detailing their inventory of components accepted for recycling, projected timelines, and cost estimates for completing the process. It also requires these facilities to provide financial assurance to cover the estimated cost and establish a public list of companies that are compliant with that list being available through TCEQ. Members, this goes along with a bill we passed earlier, helps ensure renewable energy components are recycled or disposed of properly. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3229. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3229 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3306. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3306 by Dean relating to the applicability of certain laws affecting indemnification agreements to certain contracts or agreements pertaining to electric utility infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently insurance code broadly prevents indemnity agreements with listed exceptions. HB 3306 would add a very limited, narrow exception for electric utility contracting for electric infrastructure vegetation management. The goal of the bill is simple: ensure smart contracting by public utilities so that the responsible party can be financially responsible. Without this bill, damages are passed on to ratepayers in higher electric bills. I will vote in just a second. This bill is fair to industry and good for electric customers. I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
The chair recognizes Mr.
I
Dean to
wasn't going to
explain
do
the
the
amendment.
amendment, but the amendment clarifies that municipally owned electric utilities are included. I move passage.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 144 ayes, 3 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3306. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 3306 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1276. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1276 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to a study of the state's response to plant disease or pest outbreaks.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, protecting agricultural industry is critical to the state legislature. In my district, for example, we had an outbreak of Fusarium wilt 4, which would have devastated our cotton industry. We know that we need to be prepared for plant disease and agricultural pests, and this bill does that. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1276. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. There being 94 ayes, 53 nays, House Bill 1276 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3272. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1197. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1197 by Birdwell, relating to the operation of an unmanned aircraft over a spaceport, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and members. Senate Bill 1197 makes it a criminal offense to operate a drone over a spaceport, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply says that for testing of the engines at another facility, it adds that to it, and I move passage.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. They've all voted. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1197. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all voted. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1197 is passed the third reading. Mr. Guerin moves to lay House Bill 3272 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3276. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1437. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1437 by Betancourt, relating to the eligibility of certain individuals for certification as certain juvenile officers or employees of a juvenile facility.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the kids in our juvenile justice system are under our care and control. This bill makes sure that anyone who works or volunteers in our juvenile justice system and is inappropriate with those children is added to our state's do not hire list. And I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a perfecting amendment that avoids confusion with other parts of statute and is acceptable. I move passage.
Ms. Noble sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1437. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1437 is passed to third reading. Ms. Noble moves to lay House Bill 3276 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3516. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3516 by Dyson, relating to the availability of certain working papers and electronic communications of certain administrative law judges and technical examiners under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain his first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Railroad Commission of Texas employs a staff of administrative law judges and technical examiners to adjudicate contested cases on matters that the agency regulates. The staff functions similar to the administrative law judges and staff of the State Office of Administrative Hearings, but do not have the same exceptions under the Public Information Law regarding the disclosure of certain communications. The lack of protection inhibits open communication among the staff due to the concern that their working papers and electronic communications may be disclosed. HB 3516 adds a specific exception to certain disclosures under the Public Information Law for administrative law judges, technical examiners of the Railroad Commission to ensure confidentiality in the decision-making process, fostering efficient and effective deliberation within the hearings division of the Railroad Commission of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move
Mr.
passage.
Hayes, for what purpose?
Will the member yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Did I hear the word papers in your bill?
I am not advised.
Are you reading those papers?
I'm not advised.
Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Does your bill have anything to do with vacuum cleaners?
You know, it
Or other household
It
appliances?
does, because it'll help keep the judge's communications in a vacuum away from the open
Perfect.
communications.
Does it have anything to do with air treatment?
I'm sorry?
Does it have anything to do with air treatments?
It does have to do with air treatments. Again, keeping it tight.
What about personal hair care items that might be used?
No, but I'm open to discussion amendment if you
Dyson.
like.
Are you related to the Dyson family?
I am related to the Dyson family, yes.
Wow.
Not that Dyson family,
not-
but the Dyson
not
family
that Dyson.
from Brazos County.
So you don't suck.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, that was good.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
With a tough act to follow, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, what class are you at Texas A&M?
Class of 02.
Class of 02. Okay, and can you tell me which cities your district encompasses?
I sure can. That would be Bryan, College Station, Curtin, and Wixon Valley.
Okay, so is there a constitutional amendment requiring an Aggie to represent College Station?
It's understood right now, but we'd be open to that, yes.
You'd be open to a friendly amendment? Do you know who the last non-Aggie to represent College Station was?
That I do not know. I'm not advised.
Yeah, me either. Just want to say welcome to the House. We're proud to have you.
Thank you very much. What's that?
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Does the author yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Dyson, your family has a long history of public service, is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, one of your family members, I believe your grandfather, was a mayor, right?
That is correct.
And being the good American that you are, he was definitely a mayor of an American city, right?
I'm not advised.
Was your grandfather the mayor of a city in Great Britain?
Yes, he was.
Are you sure that your family was on the right side of the revolution?
On my mom's side, I can guarantee it, yes.
But you would agree that Texas is the greatest state in America and that America is, in fact, the greatest country in the world, right?
There is no doubt. That's why my dad's been a proud permanent resident for over 40 years.
All right, thank you for clearing that up.
Ms. Garcia,
Move
for what
passage.
purpose?
Oh, no.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms.
does the
Garcia, for what
gentleman
purpose?
yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
The gentleman yields.
The gentleman yields.
for questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dyson, Representative Dyson, is it true that you sit on the Energy Committee with me?
I do.
And is it true that I offer you candy every day?
Multiple times throughout a hearing, yes.
And is it true that you have yet to eat one of those pieces of candy?
I'm not advised.
Sir, if you could compare yourself to one person in this house, who is somebody that you say or heard that you've looked like?
I'm not advised.
It has come to my attention that you've been often confused with Representative Oscar Longoria. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that.
You have not? And can you just in a brief moment, sir, if this bill were an infomercial, how would you sell it to us?
Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Now I move passage.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Dyson, did you play in the annual member football game?
I did.
Could you advise me what color the freshman members' jerseys were supposed to be?
Yes, white.
White, and what color was the lettering on those jerseys?
Mine was maroon.
What color were the rest of the members' lettering?
It's not really a color I recognize, so I'm not advised.
Could you explain why the regular freshman member jerseys were not good enough for you, Representative Dyson?
And I hate that people take it that way. It was really, I took it home. My wife Terry washed the jersey. Something happened through that process, and it came out and it looked a little bit different.
Well, congratulations on your first bill.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3516. This is a record vote. I will give you time to get to your desks. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes, 24 nays, House Bill 3516 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4145. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4145 by Dyson, relating to the timely billing of healthcare services related to a personal injury claim.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Currently, healthcare providers are required to invoice a patient, their health insurer, or other responsible person within 11 months of providing a healthcare service. Failure to comply with this requirement results in the provider...
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
will gentleman yield for question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman will yield.
The gentleman yields.
You think just because you passed one bill now, you could just keep coming up here over and over again, passing bills?
I just do what they tell me.
All right. Thank you, sir.
This bill does not change the notice period, but it does address a loophole that's been exploited. When someone gets hurt, obtains legal representation, a personal injury claim, a healthcare provider may provide treatment under a letter of
The
protection.
question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4145. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 4145 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1585. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1585 by Bella Montgomery, relating to the areas of operation of housing finance corporations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like for you to listen close to this particular layout because we need to get 100 votes on this particular vote. We have what are called traveling HFCs, housing finance corporations, that are operating outside of their jurisdiction, and in doing so are removing billions. Since August 2024 through January 1, about 3.6 billion. That number's now just under 6 billion. It's coming out of your districts, and it is coming out of your districts without the consent of your local jurisdictions. So this is a very important bill because we've got to stop this practice of these traveling HFCs, and this bill would end the practice of traveling HFCs without the consent of the local authorities. So.
Mr. Gates, for what purpose?
Gentlemen, yield for a few
Will the gentleman
questions.
yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bell. This is 1585 is dealing with the traveling HFCs. That's a huge, they're housing finance corporations. And that's where apartment complexes are wiping out their property taxes 100%. Is that right?
Yes, sir. This bill is specific to the ones that are being created right now outside of jurisdiction, but that's what this bill looks at, is the ones that are created outside of the jurisdiction of the authority. But yes, sir.
And one of the problems is these traveling, what you call outside the district, is they are wiping out the property taxes and they're not providing any kind of affordable housing, are they?
Well, that is a concern that they're not providing it, but regardless of whether they provide value or don't provide value, they're taking tax base off the local rolls without the consent of the local jurisdiction. So our local governance doesn't have any impact. These entities from some distant jurisdiction are able to enter into an agreement with a contractor or developer in your district and take that tax base off of your tax roll.
Right, and when they take the
Without
tax
consent.
off the tax base and not providing affordable housing, that's not good, is it?
That is not good.
And it doesn't matter if it's a in-jurisdiction HFC or an out-of-jurisdiction, if they don't provide any kind of affordability, but wiping out the property taxes, that's not good, is it?
That would not be good. I have been advised we need to stay specifically to this bill on that, but yes, we need to make certain that HFCs do provide what they are set to provide. I believe there's another bill coming up in the very near future that'll address the concerns with HFCs as they are regulated, but that's not this
The chair
bill.
will remind the members to confine their remarks to the subject of the bill before the body.
Okay. As far as the subject of this bill, who are the type of people who are doing these traveling HFCs?
So they are, as I understand it, they are entities that Cameron County is one of them. There's several. There's a list that are all out there. But what they're doing is they're using the authority that would exist for them inside their own jurisdiction, and they're interpreting that they can take that to Ms. T's jurisdiction or to Chairman Lozano's district or whoever else's district. Everybody in this whole body is subject to these traveling HFCs as of right now. Again, billions of dollars being removed from your tax base. And we get 100 votes now. We can stop the practice as we see it.
Right. And of the traveling HFCs, what you call those doing it outside their jurisdiction, how many do you suspect have been done over the last 2 years? And
the actual number of projects?
Right.
I don't have an exact number. I'm pretty sure you do.
Okay. You know, last session they would wipe off the property taxes. Did they use a different type of way to do it?
I believe we've got to stay on this bill, but I understand that you carried a bill in the last session that addressed a similar issue.
Right. We did some reform last session, but it looks like ever since then they've gone to this new model under Chapter 394. Would you agree?
I again, staying with this bill, inside the chapter, we do have a problem in the interpretation within some of these jurisdictions that they can go into another jurisdiction where they have no authority and remove tax base from that jurisdiction's tax rolls.
And who the HFCs you said could be an out of jurisdiction, a county, or a city, correct?
That's my understanding.
And who do they partner with? Who is the owner that's actually running the property?
So they can partner with private entities, and it is a housing, as I understand it, the Housing Finance Corporation is effectively, in most cases, public-private partnership.
Okay, and would you agree that some of these are being taken advantage of by Wall Street banks and real estate investment firms from New York and California?
Chairman Gates, I would tell you right now that there are people marketing today the districts in the product in your districts right now as we speak, trying to pull your taxes off of your tax base, your tax base down without granting you any benefit for that and without the consent of your local jurisdiction.
Okay, and under Chapter 394, that that this bill is trying to deal with is the traveling, but it's not going to do anything about the fact that there's no definition in your bill or in Chapter 394 of what is affordable housing, is there?
I believe that's going to be coming. There's no reform. The only issue addressed by this particular bill is strictly stopping the practice of planting these HFC entities within your jurisdiction, my jurisdiction, or our districts, everybody else's districts, without the consent of our local taxing authorities.
Well, and what I want to be concerned is I just want to make clear that that's all this bill. It's not dealing with any other kind of reforms. As we establish, if someone is using this chapter, they're wiping out the property taxes and not providing affordable housing. It doesn't matter if they're a traveling one or an in-jurisdiction one, it's still bad, isn't it?
Well, that can be the case. I've not reviewed every single application, but certainly that can be a huge concern, and we need to stop the practice of these travelers right now, and we do need to reform the overall entity, but that's not inside this bill. That bill is coming soon, I'm sure.
Okay, and so under your bill, there's not going to be any audit requirements, correct?
All it does is stops the practice of traveling, selling these entities into jurisdictions that don't have to agree.
Mr. Gates, you may talk about what is in the bill, but not what is not in the bill.
Okay, what kind of reforms are there in the bill besides the traveling part?
So specific to this bill, what House Bill 1585 does specifically is it defines clearly that if you are have the capability of selling an HFC, that it has to stay within your local jurisdiction. That is the extent of what is occurring in House Bill 1585.
Okay, so it's not, your bill, there's no other reforms in the bill other than the traveling?
No, sir. I'm confident that we have reforms outside of this bill, but there are none inside this bill other than what I've just described. It's narrowly tailored to stop the issue with the traveling HFCs, which we need to address immediately, and which I would ask the body to stay with you and I on. You're a joint venture on, or joint author on this one as well.
I've joint author
Yes, sir.
on this, and you joint author on another bill to try to deal with some reforms.
Yes, sir.
And that's HB 21.
We got to stay on the bill, but
Yes.
but I would
Okay.
say,
Gentlemen, we are on House Bill 1585. Please confine all remarks to the bill before the body.
In trying these traveling HFCs that you're trying to stop, do you have any, you said you don't, I think I have found about 60 entities that are using the traveling that are outside their jurisdiction. In 2 years ago, when we did the PFC reform, there was none. It's all been a new thing that's happened in the last 2 years. Would you agree?
since August of 2024, nearly $6 billion removed from our local tax bases within our districts without the consent of our taxing authorities. So yes, I agree.
So by and large, what they've done is they've moved from the reforms we did under another deal, and now they're using this chapter 394 to do the same thing, just under a different chapter.
Again, in staying with this bill, there has been an abuse, I believe, of Chapter 394 in creating these travelers and the interpretation of 394. HB 1585 simply stops that abuse. It does not address any other reform to that chapter.
And you said how many? You said 6 billion. You feel?
Just under 6 billion is the latest number I have been advised of.
6 billion in these traveling HFCs that your bill is trying to stop
Since August of 2024.
And I kind of have
with a B, billion.
And I broke this down in some member districts. In your district, you have $107 million has been wiped off traveling.
So. If you want to see how big it is in your district, I have a similar list sitting right there.
Okay, and just a few other member districts. Representative Zwiener has 200 million. Representative Hopper has 289 million. Representative Schatzline has 320 million. And Mrs. Jones has 443 million. Plaza has 510 million.
Mr. Gates, do you have a question for the author?
Yes. And so and the last one is Ann Johnson has $1.1 billion has been removed off the tax roll. And that's what we're trying to fix, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That is what this bill seeks to stop.
In fact, in your district, just the two traveling HFCs in your county, the $107 million, it's affected your Montgomery County. Did you know $400,000 has been wiped off?
I am advised. That's why we're trying to get this bill passed right now as we speak.
And your Montgomery County Hospital has lost $54,000. Your Lone Star College has lost $114,000. Did you know that?
I'll take your word for it. I'm not looking at that.
And the Woodlands Township has lost $76,000. The Mud District 46 lost $81,000. The Montgomery ISD lost $613,000. And Conroe ISD $423,000. That's just from two deals in your district alone. That's what we're facing. And when you wipe out that kind of property taxes, that pushes the burden to who?
Sir?
Who's it pushed the burden to when you wipe out those property
our local
taxes?
taxpayers. That's why we've got to stop this. We need 100 votes right now. It's pushing that burden onto our local taxpayers.
And so and you understand that here recently that I'd filed a brief with the AG to try to stop the traveling HFCs. Is that correct?
So I have filed a brief, a request for a brief, and Senator Betancourt has also filed that same brief. It's the same brief effectively that was filed session ago also by
Well,
Chair Lozano.
and that was my brief. Okay. And you understand there's been 2 temporary restraining orders on the traveling HFCs just in the last 30 days.
I understand the courts are doing what the courts need to do. We need to stop this practice now. We don't need to have every single district go court date by court date by court date. And we can do that with that little green button in front of us today.
And you and I are going to work together to do the other necessary reforms.
Absolutely.
Is that right? We have a commitment to help each other. Is that right?
We have had that since day one. Yes,
And
sir.
in fact, HB 21 is being up for vote today.
Got to stay on this
Please
bill.
confine your remarks to House Bill 1585.
But yes.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I remain committed. If we're going to pass this to stop the traveling aspect and still with HB 21 today, the other reforms that are necessary.
I believe they need to be reformed, and that's
Okay.
the way to do it. Yes, sir.
I thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Will the
Not
gentleman
to
yield
you.
for questions? The gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
Two easy
I
questions.
yield for questions.
Is this is this bill apply only to prospectively to HFCs?
So this bill, as it's written right now, puts a block effective today. Well, when we have to have Senate also, but 100 votes here today will send it across.
Okay, but I guess my question is, we generally have bills only applying prospectively, not retrospectively.
I believe it's unconstitutional to go the other way
Right.
with a bill, but yes, sir.
And so this would apply only prospectively.
Yes, sir.
And is it also limited to residential developments of HFCs?
It's limited to HFCs. I don't, is there a broader question in that?
I'm sorry.
I said it's limited to HFCs as an authority.
I thought you said it's a fraud question, something.
No,
I
sir.
couldn't understand it.
I was answering your question that it is limited to anything that an HFC can do. It limits it.
But it's only limited to those residential developments by HFCs, is that correct?
If that's the limitation of an HFC, then I would.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Move past it. Oh.
Mr. De Ayala, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for questions.
The gentleman yield.
First of all, thank you, Representative Gage, for your leadership on this. You're focused on 100 votes. These traveling HFCs, and last session we did a lot to reform the public facility corporations, the PFCs. Here you're focused on the HFC. Representative Gage has some reforms he wants to do in those bodies as well, but your bill is focused, right?
This bill is focused solely on stopping the traveling aspect, and each of us, I need you to stay with me and let's get 100 votes so we can.
And your bill is focused on making sure these traveling HFCs can't come into these communities without any city, county, school district input and take properties off their tax rolls. And that's what your bill's trying to stop from happening going forward, correct?
Absolutely.
And if we get 100 votes and we move forward with over 100 votes, we can get this done a lot sooner and keep hundreds of millions of dollars worth of properties improperly taken off the tax rolls,
That's
right?
absolutely correct. 100 votes, we get immediate effect.
Thank you. Appreciate you for this bill. Thank you.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1585. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Mrs. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 1585 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4810. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4810 by Guerra, relating to the continuation of the Trade Agricultural Inspection Grant Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, if you like buying your produce from HEB, you'll love this bill. This bill extends the Trade Agriculture Inspection Grant Program that we initially passed in 2015 and is due to expire in September 2025. The Trade Agriculture Inspection Grant reduces wait times for agriculture inspections on the Texas-Mexico border. This program has proven to facilitate trade, stimulate economic growth, and promote job creation in Texas. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4810. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 99 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 4810 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2989. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2989 by Metcalf, relating to the name, rights, powers, and privileges of the Cedar Port Navigation and Improvement District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration HB 2989 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2558. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2558 by Dutton, relating to the child support obligation of an obliger during the obliger's confinement in jail or prison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, I know most of us here don't know this, but there's some things worse than going to prison or jail. You know what that is? Going to jail and you owe child support, and you own a child support order. Because what happens is, for the time you're in jail, you can get out of jail 6 months later, and the other side can file a motion for contempt, and they can put you back in jail for failing to pay your child support during the time you were in jail. That, to me, simply makes no sense. Most of you don't know Clarence Brantley. Clarence Brantley was on death row for 10 years. And when he finally got released, because on an actual innocence, the AG filed a motion for contempt for him failing to pay his child support during those 10 years. And so what this bill does is it says that, well, we're not going to fix it so you don't owe the child support, but they won't be able to charge you with contempt for the time you were in jail. And so that's all only thing the bill does. And I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2558. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2558 is passed to engrossment. The chair, members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3014. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1809. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1809 by Flores, relating to the creation of the offense of fraudulent use or possession of a gift card or gift card redemption information.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes gift card fraud a specific offense, giving law enforcement the ability to press charges if a suspect acquired possession of gift cards or gift card redemption information without the consent of the cardholder, issuer, or seller. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1809. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mrs. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1809 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lambert moves to lay House Bill 3014 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion, please, to all of the comments by Representative Bell and Gates be reduced to writing and placed in the journal, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2742. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2742 by Vasut, relating to the split payment of ad valorem taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many counties across the state allow their residents to split pay their property taxes, first half December 1st, second half July 1st. That generally works okay, but sometimes the bills go out late. My bill simply says that if the property tax bill is mailed out after November 30th, you can still split pay at a later date. Basically, if it goes out December 3rd, the first installment's not due until January 31st. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2742. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2742 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1695. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1695 by Canales, relating to the relocation, adjustment, and ownership of commercial signs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows commercial signs to be relocated in accordance with TxDOT's current sign relocation program. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1695. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mrs. Weiner voting nay. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 1695 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 23. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 23 by Harris, relating to the authority of certain persons to obtain third-party review of plats and property development plans, permits, and similar documents in the inspection of an improvement related to such a document.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the bill's author, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 23 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, April 29th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 33. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 33 by McLaughlin, relating to active shooter events and other emergencies, including certain accreditations of law enforcement agencies that respond to such emergencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 33, the Uvalde Strong Act, is a public safety bill from the tragedy and written to ensure that the failures we witnessed in Uvalde never happen again. As the mayor of Uvalde, I was one of the first on the scene that day. I watched nearly 400 officers, local, state, federal, stand outside while children and teachers were trapped with the shooter for over an hour. There was chaos everywhere. Leadership was nowhere to be found. Agencies deflected blame instead of stepping up. The response just wasn't delayed. It was disorganized, directionless, and deadly. During the interim of the 87th legislature, Speaker Burrow's investigative report confirmed what I saw. No leadership, no coordination, no urgency when lives depend on it. HB 33 addresses these failures head on. It creates a clear, unified statewide response protocol so that the next time a crisis unfolds, law enforcement won't have confusion or uncertainty to hide behind. The bill mandates joint training exercises, clear chains of command, and demands real-time coordination between law enforcement and school districts. We brought law enforcement to the table and worked through the friction, found common ground, and delivered a bill that demands coordination, clarity, and courage to act. HB 33 holds our agencies to a standard and ensures they answer the call without delay, confusion, or excuses. We owe it to the 19 students and 2 teachers from Robb Elementary and to every community across Texas to make sure this never happens again.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Moody, for what purpose? Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? Maybe. The gentleman maybe yields for questions.
And Mr. McLaughlin, I certainly appreciate it. And I know typically on a first bill, we'll talk about stuff completely outside the subject of the bill, have a little bit of fun, but I wanted to focus on the seriousness of the legislation you brought here before us. You served as the first elected official in Uvalde to show up at Robb Elementary that tragic day, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw was a lack of communication, a lack of organization, a lack of leadership in response to that crisis. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't think you've ever been one to hold your tongue when you have an opinion. And so I think from that moment, you've been laying out some of the concerns about that response, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
Was one of those concerns you had how public information was being disseminated to the people that you served, including the families?
Yes, sir, that was one of our, that was a very big problem. It still is.
And how do you address that here in this bill?
Well, these agencies will have public information officers that will coordinate and release information to the communities and to the victims' families if need be.
And tell me why that is critical when a community is faced with a situation like this.
Well, it's critical. In Uvalde, in 4 days, the story changed 5 times. So nobody knew what was going on. We didn't get straight answers. And, you know, the clearest answers we got, in all honesty, there's been 4 reports written. The clearest answers we got was a report that the legislatures, that you and Representative Burrows and the other lady did. That's the clearest, most honest answers we've seen today.
I appreciate that. In that report, we talked about systemic failures. And part of that was in the response that day by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the majority of your bill is built on making sure that if this tragedy ever comes to someone else's community, there is a clear chain of command, there is clear and concise training that these officers have undergone so that these issues can be dealt with rapidly. Is that right?
Yes, sir, and good communication amongst them all.
And as you had these conversations with law enforcement, were you able to bring everybody to the table to come to a consensus about the type of training, about what this looks like in the field, how the rubber really hits the road?
Yes, sir, we did it back and forth for about 6 weeks, but I can safely say that we have 7 of the major law enforcement agencies all on board with this bill and support it 100%.
Well, Mr. McLaughlin, there's nothing that anybody on this floor could say that would undo the tragedy of what happened in your community. But I think it's important that it's your first bill on this floor that is a direct response to the failures that took place that day. And I'm grateful for the work you did on this. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? Yes. He yields for questions.
Congratulations on your first bill, Representative.
Well, thank you.
So I represent San Antonio and am the only woman veteran to serve in this House. What happened that day in Uvalde is something akin to things that us soldiers see in wartime. I have been told many of times that what you all witnessed with your own eyes that day and continue to witness with your own eyes during video, those visions can be described no less than acts of war. My question to you, sir, is how are you doing having to be the leader of a town that was impacted during a tragedy that we can only describe as a wartime tragedy?
Well, I attribute getting through that to my Lord and Savior. He gave me the strength to get through it each and every day.
Amen. Amen, sir. What I am so grateful for your legislation, because I think what this has really done is it's kind of showed us something as a community. You know, we talk a lot about being military city, USA, San Antonio, military state, you know, USA, where a lot of our veterans go. And law enforcement, veterans alike, we all have an idea of how we may have responded that day. We all, as parents, may have an idea of how we responded that day. But I want to thank you on behalf of all the parents that felt so helpless that day for you carrying on the fight here at the legislature. I couldn't be more proud of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell.
Thank you.
Curry voting aye. Lauterbach voting aye. King voting aye. McLaughlin voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 33 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 144. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 144 by King, relating to plans for the management and inspection of distribution poles.
Chair, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 144 requires each electric utility, electric co-op, and municipally owned utility to submit a detailed plan to the Public Utility Commission on how they inspect and manage their distribution poles. The Commission then has 180 days to approve, modify, or reject those plans. This bill ensures PUC plays a clear oversight role in maintenance and distribution infrastructure by adding needed accountability. House Bill 144 helps to reduce risk of wildfires and protects our communities, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
Chair has Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes a few changes. First, this amendment adds to the list of what must be included in the plans to ensure these utilities are documenting responses to landowners' complaints, as well as information regarding the timeline for inspections and remedial actions on poles that need repaired. Additionally, this amendment will add requirements for monthly updates, allowing these plans to be updated on a regular basis regarding the status of the poles in the inspection and the outcomes of those inspections. If a utility is found to have been in compliance for 24 months, they can provide these updates annually opposed to monthly. Finally, this amendment addresses some concerns the PUC rose regarding implementation time. With this amendment, the plans must be filed by January 1st, 2027. Move adoption.
Mr. King sings of an amendment is acceptable to the author. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 124 ayes and 16 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. King to close on his bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes and 16 nays. House Bill 144 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 109. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 109 by Rose, relating to state centers and homes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, House Bill 109 will allow Health and Human Services Commission to use existing vacant spaces to provide appropriate housing for our CWAP children, which you all know are our child without placement. So I would like to thank my joint author, Ms. Leo Wilson, for joining me today, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Troxler voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 109 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 103. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 103 by Troxclair, relating to the creation and maintenance of a database of taxing unit bonds, taxes, and bond-related projects, providing a civil penalty.
Chair asks Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. That's exactly what this bill does. It will create a free public database so that voters can see exactly what their debt obligations are, and I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Troxclair.
This amendment simply adds the amount that will be spent annually for a debt service if a bond is passed. Move passage.
Ms. Troxler sends up an amendment. It is accepted by the author. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Troxler voting aye. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 30 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Troxler to close on her bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment of House Bill 103. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? 108 ayes and 37 nays. House Bill 103 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 148. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 148 by Turner, relating to the qualification of candidates for and the training and education of members of the Board of Directors of an appraisal district.
Chair asks Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to require a training course for all new appraisal district board members that they must complete on their statutory responsibilities before assuming the role. Additionally, prior to being appointed or filing for election, prospective board members must also sign a statement acknowledging they have read and understand the statutory duties of the appraisal district board member role. And I'd like to take a moment to thank the joint authors on this legislation for their help and support, Representatives Capriglione, Cook, Collier, and Kerwin. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 25 nays. House Bill 148 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3809. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3809 by Darby, relating to the removal of a battery energy storage facilities.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Okay, just a minute. Had the wrong bill file. Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes fair and equitable standards for the removal, recycling, and decommissioning of battery energy storage systems in Texas. It ensures that operators fully remove infrastructure, recycle viable materials, and properly dispose of hazardous waste and restore land to its original condition. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 148 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3809 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1686. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 836. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 836 by Paxton, relating to victims of sex offenses, sex-based human trafficking offenses, or acts of a sexual nature, and to the confidentiality of or restrictions on the availability of certain property, material, or information regarding those victims, offenses, or acts.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 836 respects and protects the dignity and agency of sexual assault survivors by providing additional privacy protections when they are going through the criminal justice process. It places necessary safeguards on the live streaming of cases that involve sex crimes, places evidence of a sensitive nature under a protective order while still making all evidence fully available to the defense, and allows victims to request a pseudonym during the prosecution phase of their case. I want to thank Senator Paxton and all of the survivors and advocates for your hard work on this bill to protect survivors' privacy. I believe this bill not only promotes the dignity of survivors, but will lead to more successful prosecutions. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 836. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Hall voting aye. Have all members voted? 148 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 836 is passed to third reading. Ms. Hall moves to lay House Bill 1686 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2217. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2217 by Wharton, relating to establishing a grant program to equip motor vehicles used by peace officers with certain bullet-resistant components.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2217 establishes a grant program to equip law enforcement vehicles with bullet-resistant components. Our peace officers put their lives on the line each and every day, and they deserve every available tool to stay safe while protecting our communities.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield for a question.
He yields for a question.
I notice you have a purple tie on right now and what appears to be a purple shirt. I'm not sure if there's anything else purple going on, but you got a lot. Why do you wear purple?
Showing pride for my TCU Horned Frogs.
All right. Now, did you play for TCU?
Yes, I played basketball for TCU.
Okay, so we pulled up your stats.
I was there to skew the GPA.
You were there to skew the. Okay, so but the stats, it seems like you played one game. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it was for 1 minute.
Correct.
And in the course of that 1 minute, it seems like a lot of things happened. I just want to make sure we walk through it. Were you fouled? I think because you had
I got a rebound and I was fouled.
And you're fouled. And then you attempted the free throw.
And I bricked it.
And you bricked it. and then you sat back down.
That was it.
That was it. Well, Mr. Wharton, you also
Did you make your junior high team?
I did not attempt to, because that would have been terrible.
Okay.
But you also have ice cream in your office?
I do have ice cream in my office.
Wonderful ice cream. Where's it from?
It is from Brenham, Texas.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield for a question.
He yields for a question.
Yes. Mr. Wharton, you just started in the House, but is this the first time that you and I have met?
No, sir. We started our careers.
Just shortly after your starring role at
Yes.
TCU.
I just want to make it clear, I got the academic award every year for the basketball
Yes,
team.
I understand. I understand.
I was a full point above everyone else.
Shortly after you graduated, you went to work, and you had a coworker that was really good with you, didn't you?
I met someone that I'm in the house with that was a coworker.
All right,
Yes,
very good. So we worked together when we first started. The very first time, a group of us, and so we had a great time. Lunch at the time was not quite as good as what you've gotten accustomed to eating now, is it?
That is correct. We had $0.
A lot of sack lunches were eaten.
Yes.
And what is the thing that we did during lunch? There was an activity that we did, and I think I gave you a memento, didn't I?
We played paper football.
We played paper football at lunch. And so I've read your bill, and honestly I like the bill, but I am not going to vote for it unless you can make a shot with a paper football. Mr. Money has agreed.
I have really.
No, let me tell you, if you make it, I will vote.
So
I'm sorry. There's better luck next bill. Thank you.
That's
Ms.
about
Jo-
5 from now, so.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Rep Warden, we talked about, as we've talked about your purple, we've talked about how we both went to Southwest Conference schools.
That is
Have we not had that conversation?
Yes, ma'am, we
And
did.
and you knew all the Horned Frog track guys, right?
Yes, I did. They
Because
lived
they
down the
were
hall
great.
from me.
I'm sorry?
They lived down the hall from me.
And you said that they made really good what?
Well, they were mostly Jamaicans, and they made a lot of good smelling food that made the rest of us hungry, and sometimes it set off the fire alarm, so we had to abandon the building.
And also, did I not say I was this close? For those who can't see, my fingers are almost touching.
Yes.
To being a Horned Frog, because I liked the dude there, but he didn't like me back. Didn't I say that?
You said he showed no interest, so you went to U of H.
Exactly. And finally, do we not have something to bond on in the fact that the greatest conference ever was a Southwest Conference?
Southwest Conference, yes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations
Thank you
on
very
coming to
much.
the House.
Thank you. Uh-oh.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will yield for a question.
He yields for
Mr.
questions.
Warden, there's been several references to your purple attire, and you noted you were a proud TCU grad. Is it not true that you represent part of Brazos County?
I do represent the east side of Brazos County, yes.
And I understand there's a lot of Aggies over there on that side of the county.
That is correct. Maroon is a shade of purple.
Okay. So to be clear, you also love your Aggies.
Yes, of course.
Good answer. Now, you also represent Madison County, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, do you know who used to represent Madison County?
You did, sir.
And have you been asked to join the Madisonville Cattlemen Sidewalk Association?
I will be at their dinner Saturday night.
And have you been baptized by the brethren yet?
Not completely, no.
You know what that is, though?
No, I'm waiting.
So there's a tradition to be a member of the Madisonville Cattlemen Sidewalk Association that there's actually a cattle trough located right in front of the Madison County Courthouse. And to become an official member, they fill up that cattle trough and they dunk the newest member.
In the words of Mr. Dyson, I have not been advised.
Okay, but you're agreeable to becoming an official member and to be dunked in that trough.
I will have to replay and see the rules and regulations.
Well, we all want to see a video of that when that happens. Now, I've noticed in looking at your joint authors here, you've got some great members on there. Would you be willing, if this bill passes, to offer the joint author with the most seniority in the House a steak dinner? I'm going to take that as a yes, Representative Wharton. It's a great first bill. We're glad to have you in the Texas House. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
gentleman yield for question.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields.
Everybody's commenting on your purple, and it's absolutely lovely. And I just wanted you to know, did you know that that is my official campaign color?
I did not. Let me just clarify again. I wear it out of support for my TCU Horned Frogs.
Second question was going to be, so do you realize that now you're going to have to support a Democrat in the next primary election? Is that correct?
I have not
you
been
don't have
advised.
to answer that. Welcome to the House.
Thank you very much. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2217. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 2217 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2156. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2156 by Harris, relating to state and local authority to regulate the food service industry.
Chair has Mr. Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2156 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 2nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2220. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 220 by Ordaz, relating to the minimum standards of care provided to sexual assault survivors by healthcare facilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 220 ensures that sexual assault survivors have timely access to compassionate and comprehensive care in the aftermath of trauma. I want to thank the bipartisan joint authors and co-authors for standing with survivors, and thankful to Senator Huffman for carrying the companion bill in the Senate. Thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 220. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 103 ayes and 39 nays. House Bill 220 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2421. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2421 by Howard, relating to the date of dissolution of the Save Historic Mooney District.
Chair guys, Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply extends the date of dissolution for the Save Historic Mooney District from 2025 to 2027 so that negotiations over the lease of the Lions Municipal Golf Course can continue between UT and the City of Austin. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Joseph Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 104 ayes and 41 nays, House Bill 2421 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2363 by Patterson, relating to the authority of certain peace officers to arrest a person without a warrant while outside the officer's jurisdiction.
Chair guys, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2363 amends Article 14.03G2 of the Code of Criminal Procedure to allow licensed peace officers commissioned by a water district to have jurisdictional authority to make arrests and pursue criminals beyond the invisible borders of the water district like every other police officer. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 102 ayes and 42 nays. House Bill 2363 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3773. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1879. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1879 by Schwertner, relating to the transfer of certain state property from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to Walker County.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1879 is a local bill that directs the Department of Criminal Justice to transfer a tract of state-owned land to Walker County for the purpose of a justice center. Thank you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 1879 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wharton moves to lay House Bill 3773 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 421. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 421 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the creation of certain explicit deepfake material, providing a private cause of action.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's protect young children from being used as AI sexual content. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 421. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? 144 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 421 is passed to engrossment. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2584. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1145. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1145 by Birdwell, relating to the authority of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to issue permits for the land application of water produced from certain mining and oil and gas extraction operations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1145 transfers permitting authority for land application of produced water from the Railroad Commission to TCEQ, ensuring oversight by the appropriate agency with technical expertise to establish water quality standards, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 9 nays. Senate Bill 1145 is passed to third reading. Mr. Landgraf moves to lay House Bill 2584 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2615. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2615 by Harris, relating to publication of public improvement district service plans and assessments on certain public internet websites.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, waiting on the Senate bill, so I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2615 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 2nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2455. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2455 by Canales, relating to the maximum weight of a vehicle or combination of vehicles operating at a port of entry or on certain roads associated with or near a port of entry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this relates to the maximum weight of a vehicle. This is a strictly local bill. I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
This just clarifies and ensures that it is a completely local bill. As I stated before, move adoption.
Mr. Canales sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? 146 ayes and 1 nay. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Canales on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2455. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Bowers voting aye. 140 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 2455 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3711. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3711 by Capriglione, relating to the investigation and prosecution of certain open meetings offenses as offenses against public administration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3711 amends the investigation of open meeting offenses as offenses against public administration. It does not enhance the classification of these offenses. Instead, it allows open meeting offenses to be classified as offenses against public administration. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 3711 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2559. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2559 by Patterson, relating to the imposition by a municipality of a moratorium on property development in certain circumstances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2559 is a response to how some cities are imposing building moratoriums on residential construction. This aligns residential building moratoriums with commercial building moratoriums, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2559. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 118 ayes and 26 nays. House Bill 2559 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3747. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 963. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 963 by Hughes, relating to allowing Medicaid managed care organizations to inform Medicaid recipients about the availability of certain private health benefit plan coverage.
Chair guys, Mr. Manuel. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill simply allows Medicaid managed care organizations to inform individuals about private insurance options, including Marketplace and Medicare Advantage plans. It ensures families know about the available coverage without adding any cost to the state. And I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 963. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 124 ayes and 18 nays, Senate Bill 963 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Manuel moves to lay House Bill 3747 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2775. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2775 by Landgraf relating to the I-27 Advisory Committee.
Chair has Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this bill would simply add a representative from Ector County and from the city of Odessa to the I-27 Advisory Committee. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 2775. Record vote's been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 2775 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2886. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1038. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1038 by Sparks relating to administrative remedies for certain fraud and abuse violations under Medicaid, providing administrative penalties.
Chair has Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just strengthens the enforcement by the Office of Inspector General on related fraud and abuse, and it updates our code. And it just enhances the integrity of Medicaid and CHIP programs to ensure that taxpayer dollars are used for those in need. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 118 ayes and 22 nays. Senate Bill 1038 is passed to third reading. Ms. Noble moves to lay House Bill 2886 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3126. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3126 by Darby relating to the election of certain school districts to participate in the Uniform Group Coverage Program for active school employees.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply offers districts an opportunity to re-enter TRS active care while preserving the program's financial help by allowing TRS to impose a risk stabilization fee and requiring rejoining districts to stay through at least 2031, and I do have two perfecting amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair has Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply allows charter schools to participate and puts a cap of 1,500 students per district.
The following amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair has Mr. Darby explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this simply removes cap on. It's free to any district that resigned and wants back in, as long as they have a stabilization fee and as long as they agree to stay till 2031. I move passage.
Members, the record vote is on the amendment to the amendment first. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is amended. Mr. Darby on the amendment as amended.
I move passage.
The record vote is on the amendment as amended. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? The amendment is adopted. Mr. Darby on the bill as amended.
Now let's move passage.
Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 7 nays. House Bill 3126 is moved to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3666. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3666 by King relating to global professional standards for internal auditing.
Chair has Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as of January 2025, the global internal audit standards were replaced with standards for professional practice of internal audits. Texas law is not caught up. House Bill 3666 addresses this by catching Texas law up with standards. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3666. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 9 nays. House Bill 3666 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3595. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3595 by Barry, relating to an emergency preparedness and contingency operations plan, including temperature regulation for assisted living facility residents during an emergency, providing penalties.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry on his first bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3595 addresses standards of care for assisted living residents during an extended power outage. I have an amendment clarifying.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Barry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill preempts regulation adopted at the local level related to emergency contingency operations for assisted living facilities.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions on the amendment?
Does the gentleman yield for questions on the amendment?
I will yield for questions.
Sir, what does this amendment do?
Pardon?
What does this amendment do?
This amendment actually stops a preemption, and it increases the time for assisted living facilities to actually implement the changes in this bill.
Okay, and why didn't you have this amendment in the originally filed bill?
Because we're giving, and we'd love to make sure our assisted living facilities have time to implement these changes.
Sir, do you like wasting time on the House floor?
I do not.
Then why wasn't this in the originally filed bill?
It was not originally filed, but I never quit thinking, and I'm always thinking for the future.
Sir, I followed your primary race very closely.
Great, as did many.
You like to wear these crazy hats. I saw them in all the pictures.
Crazy hats.
These wild hats that I saw you out on the campaign trail in. Can you tell us about those hats that you wore?
I am not advised of any crazy hats.
Big hats with big brims?
No big hats and no big brims.
Those weren't seen in your primary race?
Not that I'm advised.
Not that you're advised.
Right.
Sir, what county are you from?
Brazoria County.
Brazoria County. How do you spell that?
B-R-A-Z-O-R-I-A.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
B-R-A-Z-O-R-I-A.
And how does that pronounced?
Brazoria.
Brazoria County?
That's
Is
correct.
that in Texas?
It is absolutely in Texas.
That is in Texas.
Home to our first capital of the state of Texas.
The whole county's in Texas?
The whole county's in Texas.
The whole county's in Texas. And
Absolutely.
then, were there gas stations that were very popular that started in that area?
I am not advised.
You're not advised. Okay. Thank you, sir. Welcome to Texas House.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
I don't care about the amendment. Let's go ahead and adopt it, then I'll ask him about the bill if that's okay.
Move adoption.
Mr. Berry sends up an amendment. A record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Queen.
Thank you.
You can vote from your desk, members. All right. 111 ayes, 15 nays. The amendment is adopted. We're back
Thank you,
on the
members.
bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for some questions.
Yes.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
I noticed that some of your friends didn't come back up to support you after that. I'm not sure what your amendment did, but it certainly turned some people off.
Leaving me hanging.
Sir, I really want to know if you're aware that the entire Capitol has been buzzing about this bill.
I'm not advised.
Okay. Quick question. This is about emergency preparedness?
It is.
The bill. Is one of the emergencies that's covered under the bill the potential for an attack of like a swarm of bees? Like, are we preparing for that emergency as well?
If there is a power outage of more than 12 hours, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
The question was
It takes me a while to understand what Mr. Dean is saying. One second.
I'm happy to translate.
I appreciate that. Being an expert on the emergency of bee swarms, you didn't find that it was necessary to include that in this bill?
I did not, but I did include power outages of more than 12 hours in this bill.
Okay, well, I think you know firsthand how dangerous that can be. So I think you need
Very
to be,
dangerous.
I think you need to be looking
Harmful.
out for everybody at the same time. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Noble, for what purpose?
Does the member yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yields for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what is this bill number?
3595.
And who is the author?
I am
What's your name?
Jeff Barry.
Did you or did you not introduce yourself as Trey Wharton to me?
I did.
So I'm not sure that you're the right person to lay out this bill.
A moment of humor, light humor on the floor.
Schwarzenegger, he's Danny DeVito.
Congratulations on your first bill, whoever you are.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Are pears your favorite fruit?
Is what?
Are pears? Do you like their fruit? Do you like?
I do. I like pears.
You like pears? Do you represent the city of Pearland?
I do.
And do you know what other members represent the city of Pearland?
Prior to?
No,
the city of
currently.
Pearland?
What other members?
Cody Vasut, District 25.
And so no one else does?
You represent the Fort Bend version.
Is a portion of Pearland in Fort Bend County?
It is.
Okay. And did you succeed Representative Ed Thompson?
I did.
Is he shorter than you?
He is not.
Can you dunk on Representative Thompson?
I cannot.
Well, we're so happy to have you in the Texas House. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Gentleman yields for a question.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for a question.
Gentleman yields for questions.
I believe that you were saying earlier from Brazoria County, is that right?
I am.
Are you the junior member of Brazoria County?
I'm not advised.
Would you say that Brazoria County is the best county in the state of Texas?
I would absolutely say that.
That's absolutely right.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The question
Move
occurs on
passage.
passages to engrossment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 120 ayes and 23 nays, House Bill 3595 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3260. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3260 by Bella Kaufman, relating to the Texas Industry Recognized Apprenticeship Programs Grant Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3260 makes two key changes in the industry recognized apprenticeship programs, IRAPs. It introduces milestone-based reimbursements, enabling Texas Workforce Commission to pay employers incrementally as training and employment milestones are met, and removes outdated references to the U.S. Department of Labor, which rescinded its federal IRAP framework in 2022. Members, please note this legislation does not affect the Texas Education Code, Chapter 133, funds dedicated to registered apprenticeship programs. HB 3260 doesn't weaken existing apprenticeship programs. It broadens opportunities by creating new pathways for industries that aren't yet served, giving employers more ways to say yes to workforce development training in Texas. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfected amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Kaufman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell on the amendment.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment that adds accountability performance metrics to the program, supported by both union and merit shop stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move adoption.
Mr. Bell sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 121 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Bell on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. All members voted. 118 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 3260 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3506. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1147. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1147 by Birdwell, relating to the withdrawal of the state of Texas from the Interstate Mining Compact.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 1970s, lignite coal production was on the rise. State of Texas joined the Interstate Mining Compact Commission. At the time, the membership was viewed as beneficial. However, with the decline in coal production no longer needed, SB 1147 seeks to repeal Chapter 132 of the National Resource Code and withdraw its membership from the Interstate Mining Compact. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Tyndall voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 4 nays. Senate Bill 1147 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dyson moves to lay on the table House Bill 3506. Subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1638. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 914. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 914 by Blanco, relating to authorizing certain cities to change the date on which their general election for officers is held.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows the city of Alpine to change their municipal elections from May to November, and Senator Blanco is one of his bills. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
Chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Montgomery County is in this as well. Move adoption.
Mr. Toth sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Giving 146 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Morales to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 914. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? 144 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 914 is passed to third reading. Mr. Morales of Maverick moves to lay House Bill 1638 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. Motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3376. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3376 by Capriglione, relating to training on dementia and Alzheimer's disease for certain guardians.
Chair has Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3376 strengthens the training requirements for guardians by requiring ongoing education on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 13 nays. House Bill 3376 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3826. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3826 by Hernandez, relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Efficiency Council.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would establish the Texas Energy Efficiency Council under the Public Utility Commission of Texas to foster collaboration, coordination, and communication with the goal of enhancing the state's demand side and energy efficiency performance. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 91 ayes, 54 nays. House Bill 3826 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3628. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3628 by Villalobos relating to the review and updating by the Texas Water Development Board of guidance principles and rules related to certain plans adopted or approved by the board.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3628 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1349. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 711. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 711 by Hughes relating to property owners associations, including condominium unit owners associations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 711 aims to balance power between homeowner associations and homeowners. This bill builds on the success of prior legislation by extending certain protections and rights that are already available to homeowners to condominium owners as well. At the same time, we want to refine a few of the provisions of our 2021 law. Specifically, the bill extends protections to condo owners by making association governance information more readily accessible to residents, adding additional required information to be included on a management certificate, and capping resale certificate fees at $375. And additionally, the bill grants HOAs the authority to prohibit fencing that blocks a sidewalk, drainage area, or easement, and allows them to require a driveway gate to be set back an appropriate amount, and a couple of other things the HOA groups ask for. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 10 nays. SB 11 is passed to third reading. Mr. Turner moves to lay House Bill 1349 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3770. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3770 by Capriglione relating to efficiency reviews of state agencies conducted by the Legislative Budget Board.
Chair has Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3770 requires the LBB to conduct periodic efficiency reviews of state agencies to identify potential improvements in operational efficiency, reduce unnecessary government spending, and implement best practices. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment of House Bill 3770. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 3770 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1831. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1831 by Johnson relating to the eligibility to participate in certain drug court programs.
Chair has Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this bill will allow is smaller counties the discretion to create drug court programs for juveniles that may traditionally be barred when they accept federal grants. When you get a federal grant as a county, it usually has what we call a 3G trigger that prevents you from having certain offenders brought in. This will allow those smaller counties that are not tied to the federal government and want to create their own programs to have the discretion with the court and the DA to decide which population can get in. And I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 116 ayes and 29 nays. HB 1831 is passed to engrossment.
chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1762. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1762 by Leach relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1762 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 30th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2614. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2614 by Zwiener relating to the regulation of motor vehicle booting.
The chair recognizes Ms. Wiener to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a piece of legislation to try and protect our communities from predatory motor vehicle booting. We all know we rely on our vehicles, and we need fair processes in place to make sure that vehicles aren't booted without merit. So this legislation requires a 30-minute notice and limits the ability for lots to act as trap lots. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Wiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment requires booting company vehicles to be clearly marked, and it also requires that in larger cities or cities with a university, that for booting companies to operate, municipalities have to affirmatively use the regulatory options they currently have under state law. And I move adoption.
Ms. Wiener sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Wiener voting aye. Have all voted? There being 110 ayes, 34 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Wiener to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment is more based on trying to make sure the current provisions we have around booting are properly enforced in the state of Texas. We heard time and time again of people being forced to pay with cash, having their cars double booted, even being threatened. And when we spoke to cities, they said they weren't really receiving any complaints, which sounds wild because if you go check social media, you will find lots and lots of complaints of people not following the laws on the books. So what this amendment does is it requires cities that have or that allow booting to publish information online about how to make a complaint and to yearly do a summary of all those complaints so we can better track as a state what type of problems there are. This amendment also ups the liability teeth for those who are bad actors and are violating the rules so that we have some chance of actual enforcement happening. I move adoption.
Ms. Wiener sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 37 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to close on the bill.
Members, protect your private property from being held hostage by some guy with a boot. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2614. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 37 nays, House Bill 2614 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3113. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3113 by Troxclair relating to requiring the ballots of certain counties to be scannable.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bipartisan bill. I want to give a special shout out to Representative Busey and Representative Schofield, who have both come together to support me in this bill. It simply says that when ballots are hand counted, they must be in a standardized format so that they are compatible with optical scanning equipment. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3113. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 132 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 3113 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 267. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 267 by Patterson relating to affirmative defenses to prosecution for certain offenses involving material or conduct that is obscene or otherwise harmful to children.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate bill is on the way, so therefore I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 267 till 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 267 under Rule 8, Section 1A on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Ma'am, we had a motion to postpone before the House. You could come back when that bill is laid before the House. The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 267. I'm sorry, back it up, members. Members, you've heard the motion to postpone. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 322. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 322 by Guillen relating to the use of funds awarded under the Jobs and Education for Texans grant program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill strengthens the Jobs and Education for Texas grant program by adding the ability to pay for acquisition, implementation, and maintenance costs to support career and tech education programs. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 322. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 105 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 322 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 431. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 431 by Cortez relating to the regulation by a property owners association of the installation of solar roof tiles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, solar roof tiles are miniature solar panels that resemble roof shingles and comprise an entire roof, unlike regular solar panels, which are placed on top of existing shingles. Current Texas Property Code does not recognize solar roof tiles as solar energy devices, and so HOAs are allowed to continue to restrict them. I want to thank my residents and homeowners who have worked with me to make this bill happen and work to put this together and have shared these concerns and demonstrated their support for this bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 431. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 431 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 869. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 869 by Lalani relating to the review and revision by the state's classification officer of information in the position classification plan regarding state information technology positions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 869 is to modernize state IT job classification. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 869. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Lalani voting aye. Have all voted. There being 94 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 869 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1203. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1203 by Gonzalez of Dallas, relating to the establishment of the Office of Food System Security and Resiliency in the Department of Agriculture and the management of the Texas Food System Security and the Resiliency Planning Council.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently Texas has the second highest rate of food insecurity in the United States. Rural and urban communities face the same highest rates of food insecurity due to limited access to affordable and nutritious foods. In the 87th session, many of you voted for my rider to conduct a food study on food insecurity in Texas, and the Department of Agriculture recommended an office in the DOA specifically focused on reducing food insecurity. This bill establishes the Office of Food Security and Resiliency within the Department of Agriculture to collaborate with industry professionals and farmers, ensuring that Texas meets the state's needs efficiently. The House passed this bill last session with bipartisan support, but unfortunately died in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1203. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 79 ayes, 66 nays, House Bill 1203 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1201. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1201 by Manuel, relating to a pilot program to provide Medicaid coverage of doula services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1201 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1244. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1244 by Guillen, relating to the eligibility of land to continue to be appraised for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified open space land following a transfer to a person who uses the land in materially the same way as the former owner, and to late applications for such appraisal filed by the new owner of the land.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this ensures that landowners who restructure property ownership, such as transferring it to an LLC, can maintain their ag or open space tax appraisal if the land use and the individuals overseeing the operations remain materially the same. We do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, based upon stakeholder input, this perfecting amendment clarifies that the exemption is maintained as long as the same individuals oversee the operation. It's acceptable to the author and move passage.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 3 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1244. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1244 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1875. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1875 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to a study by the General Land Office regarding veteran cemeteries in this state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a grave issue throughout the state of Texas is the dire need for additional veteran cemeteries. For this reason, HB 1875 would require the General Land Office, in conjunction with the Texas Veteran Commission, to create a study to evaluate the Bureau needs of the Texas veterans and the access to cemeteries closer to their home. I want to thank the bipartisan on the joint authors and the co-authors. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1875. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 1875 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1950. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1950 by Capriglione, relating to the Consolidated Municipal Court Security and Technology Fund in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Speaker and members, House Bill 1950 allows certain municipal courts to consolidate their security and technology funds into a single account, ensuring that these resources are used efficiently to enhance court security and modernize court technology. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1950. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1950 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2152. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2152 by Morales of Maverick, relating to a reliability plan for electric transmission service in the Permian Basin.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill builds on Chairman Guerin's work last session that establishes the Permian Basin Transmission Reliability Plan. This bill would allow for the plan to be updated every 5 years. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2152. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2152 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2290. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1409. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1409 by Parker, relating to health benefits offered by institutions of higher education to students and their families.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out this Senate bill. I want to thank the co-authors on this bill as well. Currently, young adults that are in college or university often don't have access to health care coverage. They are not working, and many of them are over the age that they're no longer on their parents' policy. This just allows local higher ed institutions to be able to create their own health plan so that we can get them coverage. One of the highest gaps of the uninsured are young people between 19 and 34, and this will solve that problem.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Of course.
The lady yields.
I really like what you're doing in the bill. This doesn't add any benefits. This just gives a private employer more flexibility. Is that correct?
Correct. No government intervention, no taxpayer dollars. It just allows a private individual and entity to create their own health plan.
And I know we got a lot going on, but this is very similar to bills that were carried by myself and Dr. Oliverson a couple of years ago that really gives flexibility to private employers. It doesn't create mandates, benefits, any of that stuff. This is the kind of thing we need to do if we want healthcare costs to go down and to give private employers flexibility. So I appreciate what you're doing in the bill.
You're absolutely right, and I appreciate your support. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1409. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 104 ayes, 38 nays, Senate Bill 1409 is passed to third reading. Ms. Johnson moves to lay House Bill 2290 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2341. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2341 by Allen, relating to the award of diligent participation credit to defendants confined in a state jail felony facility.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Under current law, judges grant permission to award diligent participation credits to those participating in work, education, rehabilitation programs, and are confined in a state jail facility. This is similar to Good Times under the TDCJ. Judges determine if a person is eligible to receive earned credits during sentencing. Current law then requires the judge to apply the credit towards that person's sentence. This process led to delay and increase in workload for judges. HB 2341 simply authorized the Department of Criminal Justice to grant the due diligence participation credit to those in state jails who engage in work rehabilitation programming and remain free of disciplinary actions. Judges will retain the ability to determine whether these credits are granted, but TDCJ will be given the ability to apply the credits. This circumvents the arduous process of having an individual request and then further reapply for these credits, which often result in needless adjudication for judges. This bill will promote rehabilitation, make state jails safer, lower recidivism, save money, and reduce and expedite the workload of judges. I move passage.
Question occurs of passage to engrossment of House Bill 2341. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 80 ayes and 64 nays. House Bill 2341 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2436. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2436 by Hefner, relating to an exception to the application of the offense of deadly conduct for certain peace officers discharging official duties.
Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2436 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, April 29th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2809. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2809 by Rose, relating to required reporting by the Department of Family and Protective Services regarding youth in the managing conservatorship of the department who attempt suicide.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2909 will require the Department of Protective and Family Services to track suicide attempts of those children that are in conservatorship, and would also add suicide attempts to the list of significant medical events that require parental notification within 24 hours. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rose.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment just moved the annual reporting date from August the 1st to December the 1st to allow DLPS enough time to ensure the necessary data to finalize the report before publishing. Move adoption.
Ms. Rose sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Rose on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2809. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? 145 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2809 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2856. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2856 by Howard, relating to a study by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on the feasibility of implementing a statewide system for coordinating clinical training placements.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a recommendation of the Governor's Healthcare Workforce Task Force, which was established last summer to address the growing workforce shortage crisis facing our healthcare system, particularly within nursing. The two main reasons that prospective and qualified nursing students are turned away each year and why nursing schools continue to struggle to increase graduation rates is lack of faculty and lack of clinical space. House Bill 2856 seeks to address this issue by directing the Higher Education Coordinating Board to determine the feasibility of developing regional portals to assist in reserving clinical rotations at healthcare facilities for students. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 30 nays. House Bill 2856 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3012. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3012 by Wale, relating to the fee for a driving safety course.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this is an effort to remove an unnecessary mandated $3 fee for printed materials for driver safety courses. Thank you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3012 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2954. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2954 by Metcalf, relating to the relocation or removal of dredged spoils or materials by a navigation district.
Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2954 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on committee report, HCR 56. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR number 56 by Harris Davila, designating May as Necrotizing Enterocolitis and Breastfeeding Awareness Month for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HCR 56 designates May as necrotizing enterocolitis. I don't know why I'm laughing. This is actually a serious issue. It's also Breastfeeding Awareness Month for the next 10 years. Members, I'm going to take a second to explain this. So NEC is actually one of the most common causes of death in hospitalized premature babies who are 2 weeks old or older. And it's necessary to bring awareness to this because a lot of people are not aware that if you're breastfeeding, it reduces the risk by 58 to 77%, and that babies who receive donor's breast milk is reduced by 40 to 50%. We have amazing breast milk donor banks in this state who are working on this to also bring awareness to this issue. But members, I'd appreciate your support on this. I think this resolution is not only going to raise awareness, but will also help us save babies' lives. So I'd appreciate your support, and I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HCR 56. Is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 2 nays. HCR 56 is adopted. Chair lays out on committee report HCR 102. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR number 102 by Harris, urging Congress to preserve sections 45U, 45Y, and 48E of the Internal Revenue Code.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution urges Congress to support the preservation and expansion of America's nuclear fleet. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 102. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 8 nays. HCR 102 is adopted. Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs in a public hearing on Wednesday, April 30th, 8 a.m. in room E2016 to consider House Bill 4023 by Raymond relating to the exemption of certain reserve police officers from regulation as private security personnel.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Dean for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Insurance in a public hearing on Wednesday, April 30th at 8 a.m., room E2026 to consider HB 5519 by Martinez Fisher relating to rates for residential property insurance and personal automobile insurance, and HB 4635 by Garcia Hernandez relating to disclosure of the use of artificial intelligence in a denial of insurance claims.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education in a public hearing on Tuesday, April 29th at 8 a.m. in room JHR 140 to consider HB 3369 by Louderback relating to the removal of a spectator of certain school extracurricular athletic activities or competitions, and HB 1573 by Jones of Dallas relating to a school district policy regarding custodian workloads.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Bellof Kaufman for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to congratulate Chairman James Frank this afternoon. He's got a brand new grandson, 10 pounds flat, 12 and a half inches long. He takes after his pawpaw.
Members, the speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Bellof Kaufman moves the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Tuesday. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5691 by money relating to the creation of the Wolf Creek Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granted the limited power of eminent domain for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 23 by Betancourt relating to an increase in the amount of the exemption from ad valorem taxation by a school district of the appraised value of the residence homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled, and the protection of the school districts against certain losses of local revenue for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 240 by Middleton relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to biological sex, authorizing a civil penalty and private civil right of action for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 269 by Perry relating to the required reports of certain vaccine-related or drug-related adverse events for the Committee on Public Health. SB 330 by Huppin relating to the election to approve or the reduction or the reallocation of funding or resources for certain county prosecutors' offices for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 331 by Colcourse relating to the disclosure of healthcare cost information by certain healthcare facilities imposing administrative penalty for the Committee on Public Health. SB 434 by Miles relating to the authority of the Harris County Hospital District to employ in the Commission of Peace officers for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 437 by Hinojosa Wanchui referring to the civil and administrative penalties assessed by the violations of statutes or rules governing chemical dependency treatment facilities for the Committee on Public Health. SB 438 by Hinojosa Wanchui relating to the confidentiality of certain information for a current or former administrative law judge for the State Office of Administrative Hearings for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 463 by Campbell relating to the definition of facility for purposes of workplace violence prevention requirements for the Committee on Human Services. SB 528 by Schwartner relating to inpatient competency restoration services for the Committee on Public Health. SB 546 by Menendez relating to seat belts on buses that transport children for the Committee on Transportation. SB 604 by West relating to the posting of information regarding certain bonds guaranteed by the Permanent School Fund for the Committee on Public Education. SB 618 by Sparks relating to the unlawful altering of election procedures, providing a civil penalty for the Committee on Elections. SB 663 by Huppin relating to approval of Community Supervision and Corrections Department budgets and strategic plans for the Committee on Corrections. SB 668 by Hughes relating to the disclosure of information with regard to artificial intelligence for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 682 by Hughes relating to the designation of portion of Farm to Market Road 2493 in Smith County as the Captain Kevin Williams and Firefighter Austin Creek Memorial Highway for the Committee on Transportation. SB 747 by King relating to the public school policies and programs regarding the production or distribution of certain intimate or visual material by public school students for the Committee on Public Education. SB 825 by Middleton relating to an annual study on the economic, environmental, and financial impact of an illegal immigration in the state for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 826 by Parker relating to the operation of a motor vehicle in a school crossing zone while intoxicated, increasing a criminal penalty for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 841 by Hughes relating to the beneficiaries of a trust paid for received in connection with an improvement on specific real property for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 843 by Colcourse relating to the Texas Education Agency database, the school district of an open enrollment charter school bonds, taxes, and bond-related projects for the Committee of Public Education. SB 844 by Hughes relating to the procedures for changing to a zoning regulation or district boundary for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 870 by Birdwell relating to the open carrying of a handgun by an ununiformed school marshal for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 912 by Blanco relating to the verification of healthcare practitioner continuing education compliance through the establishment of a continuing continuing education tracking system, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 957 by Parker, relating to the creation of a criminal offense of a continuous aggravated promotion of prostitution, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 968 by Zaffarini, relating to the licensing and regulation of the practice of podiatry, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1020 by Huffman, relating to the personal bond offices and the notification provided to a judge regarding tampering with an electronic monitoring device while released on a bond or community supervision, and to the availability of certain information regarding a person required to submit an electronic monitoring program or being supervised by a community supervision and corrections department, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1044 by Parker, relating to newborn screening test for the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1138 by Miles, relating to first responder policies for emergencies occurring at a group home in certain municipalities and counties, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 1143 by Blanco, relating to certain planning, notification, and evaluation requirements with respect to certain workforce development programs in the state, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1152 by Huffman, relating to creating a criminal offense of continuous manufacture or delivery of controlled substance, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1164 by Zavarini, relating to an emergency detention of certain persons evidencing mental illness and the court-ordered inpatient and extended mental health services, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1183 by Creighton, relating to electronic benefit transfer cards used by or recipients of benefits under certain assistance programs, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1184 by Creighton, relating to the age of wine authorized to be sold by a wine collection seller, for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1236 by Hughes, relating to the relationship between pharmacists and pharmacies and health benefit plans issuers or pharmacy benefit managers, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1244 by Shortner, relating to the unclaimed personal property, including virtual currency, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1257 by Hughes, relating to required health benefit plan coverage for gender transition, adverse effects, and reversals, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1299 by Campbell, relating to the prohibited release of public agency of personal affiliation information regarding the members, supporters, or volunteers of or donors to certain nonprofit organizations, creating a criminal offense, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1325 by Johnson, relating to the contracting by public and private schools for the provision of medication for respiratory distress and training and administering that medication, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1335 by Zaffarini, relating to decedents' estates, for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1349 by Hughes, relating to creating criminal offenses or transnational repression or unauthorized enforcement of foreign law, and to a study in law enforcement training regarding transnational repression, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1369 by Hughes, relating to the designation of portion of State Highway 11 in Morris County as the Army Staff Sergeant Samuel T. Castle Memorial Highway, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1398 by Colcourse, relating to certain procedures in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship for a child placed in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services and the provision of the Family Preservation Services and community-based foster care, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1413 by Nichols, relating to the procedure for amending or revoking certificates of public convenience and necessity issued for certain water utilities, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1418 by Campbell, relating to the terminology used to refer to certain assessments, instruments, and administered to public school students, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1422 by Hughes, relating to the designation of the portion of Farm to Market Road 852 in Upshur County as the Petty Officer Billy Machen Bridge, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 1455 by Hagenview, relating to the funding mechanism for the regulation of workers' compensation and workers' compensation insurance, authorizing surcharges, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1468 by Schwartner, relating to the authority of the board regions of the Texas A&M University system to construct, acquire, improve, extend, and equip utility systems located in the university system property, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1495 by Schwartner, relating to establishment of Electric Vehicle Company Equipment Advisory Board, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 1534 by Zaffarini, relating to a study report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding health physics education in the state, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1539 by Betancourt, relating to requirements and procedures in the contest of an election on a proposed constitutional amendment, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1579 by Blanco, relating to the appointment of a receiver for and sale of certain parcels of land that are abandoned, unoccupied, and undeveloped in certain municipalities, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 1580 by Blanco, relating to the composition of governing body of the local mental health authority, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1583 by Blanco, relating to management plans adopted by groundwater conservation districts, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1612 by Johnson, relating to the construction contract trust funds, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1624 by Johnson, relating to the purposes for which the Texas Water Bank and the Texas Water Trust may accept and hold water rights, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1642 by Schwartner, relating to the administration of the Texas Department of Insurance, including the appointment of the State Commission of Insurance, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1643 by Schwartner, relating to prior approval for certain property and casualty insurance rates increases and decreases, part of the Committee on Insurance. SB 1667 by Zaffarini, relating to the procedures of the expunction of arrest records and files, authorizing a fee, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1717 by Middleton, relating to the terminology used in statute resolutions regulations, rules, and other state publications to refer to the partially landlocked body of water on the southeastern periphery of the North American continent. Refer to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1727 by Perry, relating to procedures related to juvenile justice proceedings and the adjudication and disposition of cases involving delinquent conduct and certain offenses of conduct committed by a child or person placed in or committed in certain juvenile facilities, changing the eligibility for the community supervision. Refer to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1734 by West, relating to the status of certain documents or instruments purporting to convey title or an interest in real property. Refer to the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1745 by Creighton, relating to the name, rights, powers, and privileges of the Cedar Port Navigation Improvement District. Refer to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1746 by Creighton, relating to the relocation, removal of dredged soils in the materials by a navigation district. Refer to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1760 by Zaffarini, relating to the guardianships of persons who are incapacitated, changing a fee. Refer to the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 1784 by Parker, relating to a notice provided by a healthcare provider before initiating debt collection against the patient. Refer to the Committee on Public Health. SB 1789 by Schwartner, relating to electric service quality and reliability. Refer to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1832 by Parker, relating to providing an election by the parent of a student who was victimized by a public school employee or transferred to the student to another public school campus or receive funding for the student to attend private school. Refer to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1860 by Hughes, relating to the applicability of laws protecting minors from harmful material or digital services. Refer to the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1862 by Hughes, relating to interstate notification by voter registrar of certain applicants of voter registration. Refer to the Committee on Elections.
SB 1864 by Johnson, relating to the egg grading and selling of ungraded eggs, authorizing a fee for the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. SB 1868 by Perry, relating to adding certain substances to the Texas Controlled Substance Act, regulating kratom and kratom products, increasing civil penalties, creating criminal offenses, or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1870 by Perry, relating to municipal and county enforcement of drug and constable hemp product laws, or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1883 by Betancourt, relating to the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees, or for the Committee of Land and Resource Management. SB 1896 by Huffman, relating the provisions and information regarding arrested persons and a victim of offense to the magistrate for the purposes of an order and emergency protection, or for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1898 by Johnson, relating discharge and use of certain firefighter foams for testing or training, or for the Committee of Environmental Regulation. SB 1920 by West, relating the requirement that a person must submit an application for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of certain property use for a human burial, or for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1940 by Hughes, relating to authorizing a fee for a beneficiary for designation of transfers of manufactured home classified as personal property of the owner's desk, or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1952 by Paxson, relating the administration, operation, and school health and related service programs, or for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1963 by Creighton, relating to financing mechanisms allowing electronic utilities to obtain recovering costs associated with the weather-related events of other natural disasters, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1998 by Huffman, relating to Preceptor program and a pediatric subspecialty for medical students in the state, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2010 by Betancourt, relating the authority of the political subdivision to establish and operate a guaranteed income program, for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2024 by Perry, relating the prohibition on marketing, advertising, and selling of e-cigarette products, creating criminal offense, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2032 by Paxson, relating the certain requirements regarding contact between single-source continuing contractors and Department of Human, Family, and Productive Services, or for the Committee on Human Services. SB 2037 by Sparks, relating the permit application, review, and contested cases procedures for environmental permits involving a project to construct or modify a liquidized natural gas export terminal, for the Committee of Environmental Regulation. SB 2052 by Bardwell, relating to suits affecting the parent-child relationship between a parent and non-parent, or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2068 by Betancourt, relating to Doodle Appraisal District to keep confidential certain identifying information providing for a property owner, or for the Subcommittee on Property Tax Appraisals. SB 2073 by Zaffarini, relating the authority of the Appraisal District to purchase, finance the purchase of, or lease real property, the construct to finance the construction, the improvements of real property, or for the Subcommittee on Property Tax Appraisals. SB 2121 by Johnson, relating to the regulation of certain business entities of the Act as data brokers, or for the Committee of Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2127 by Zaffarini, relating to the assignment of certain retired and former justices and judges, or for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2141 by Zaffarini, relating the issuance of specialty license plates to state and federal judges, or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2145 by Perry, relating the authority of the advisory body of the Public Improvement District and the Board of Directors of the Reinvestment Zone, holding a meeting of telecommunications device, or for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2161 by Flores, relating the expenses incurred by the appeal of rates for water and sewer service charged to certain customers, or for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2167 by Paxson, relating the licensing and regulation of massage therapy, or for the Committee of Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2196 by Johnson, relating the period at which an order for an emergency protection remains in effect, or for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2207 by Paul, relating to prohibiting the Texas Medical Board from regulating certain physician advertising, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2216 by Hughes, relating to the security of election system equipment Joint for the Committee on Elections. SB 2246 by West relating the motor vehicle title for salvage vehicles or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2323 by Johnson relating disclosure of certain information regarding record of a collision or violation involving a person operating a railroad, locomotive, or train, or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2332 by Parker relating the aircraft owned and operated by the Department of Public Safety, or for the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2349 by Alvarado relating to notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floor plan, or for the Committee of Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2395 by Creighton relating general obligation bonds issued by school district, or for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 2431 by Compel relating to requiring foreign language credit opportunities for students enrolled in the study abroad programs offered by certain institutions of higher education in the state, or for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2439 by Zaffarini relating the operation of off-highway vehicles, or for the Committee of Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2443 by Zaffarini relating to the electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, or for the Committee of Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2581 by Hancock relating the repeal of provision governing the operation of jail commissaries in certain counties, or for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2601 by Blanco relating the landowner compensation program, or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2626 by Compo relating the eco-optic pregnancies and continuing education for certain physicians and nurses regarding the treatment for certain pregnancy-related conditions, or for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2629 by Creighton relating the organization meetings of and voting of the continuum unit owners associations and the property owners associations, or for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2702 by Creighton relating the licensing and regulations of a person who may repair or test backflow prevention assemblies, or for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2705 by Hagenbach relating the fees of the issuance of special license plates and exemptions from vehicle registrations of certain trailers, semi-trailers, tractors, and implements of husbandry, or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2743 by Hagenbach relating to the prosecution of certain election offenses, or for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2774 by Hinojosa Adam relating the classifications of certain entities that primarily engaged in retail trade for purposes of the franchise task, or for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2788 by Menendez relating the exemption of the assessment requirements for the Texas Success Initiative for students who achieve certain scores on the PSAT or pre-ACT, refer to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2798 by Creighton relating the certain statutes of limitations for criminal offenses, including the limitation for certain fraud offenses, or for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2873 by Colcourse relating the requirement that certain tax reports be filed electronically for the Committee of Ways and Means. SB 2881 by Hughes relating the access and communication settings for accounts for minors' usages of digital services, or for the Committee of Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2964 by Hughes relating the opportunity to correct certain defects in early voting ballot voted by mail, or for the Committee of Elections. SB 3034 by Betancourt relating designation of a portion of State Highway 249 in Grimes, Montgomery counties as the Doug Pitcock Aggie Expressway, or for the Committee on Transportation. SJR 85 by Betancourt proposing constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to increase the amount of exemption from ad valorem taxation in the school district for the market value of the residential homestead of a person who is elderly or disabled, or for the Committee on Ways and Means. SCR 4 by Eckhart relating designating Pflugerville as the official trail capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, or for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 18 by Parker relating the town of Trophy Club as the official Texas town of patriotism for the 10-year period ending in 2035, or for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 29 by Blanco relating designating El Paso as the official boot capital for Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, or for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 38 by Creighton recognizing the strategic importance of the Gulf of America to economic and security interests of Texas and the United States, or for the Subcommittee on International Relations. SCR 42 by Hughes urging the state to adopt the policy to regulate two sexes, male and female, or for the Committee on State Affairs. SCR 43 by Hinojosa Adam relating the Port Aransas, an official fishing capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, or for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SCR 49 by Eckhart relating recognizing Austin Oaks Church on the occasion of its 100th anniversary, for the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The following resolutions by credit are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HCR 131 through HCR 135 and HCR 139 through HCR and HCR 140, HCR 136 by Hefner, HCR 137 by Hello, HCR 138 by Leach, HR 843 by Belloff Kaufman, and HR 844 by Belloff Kaufman. The resolutions by Martinez Fisher being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, HR 845 through HR 848. The following resolutions by Police are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, HR 849 through HR 856. The following resolutions by Simmons are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, HR 857, HR 858, HR 869, and HR 873, and HR 874, HR 859 by Campos, HR 861 by Guerra, HR 682 by Hefner, HR 683 by Ashby, HR 684 by Lauterbach, HR 685 by Hernandez, HR 866 by Wilson, HR 867 by Lauterbach, HR 870 by Paul, HR 871 by Campos, HR 872 by Romero, HR 875 by Lopez of Cameron, HR 876 by Lowe, HR 877 by Reynolds, HR 878 by Harless, HR 879 by Munoz. The following resolutions by Dutton are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars, HR 880 through HR 882, HR 883 by Leo Wilson, HR 884 by Hernandez. The following resolutions by Buckley are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars, HR 885 through HR 889. HR 890 by Leo Wilson, HR 892 by Hinojosa, and HR 893 by Hinojosa.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday.